বলছে ওর রুম এটা কেন বলছে প্রাইভেসি লাগে ওকে ছোট রুমটা দিয়ে দিলে বেস্ট হতো হুম হুম Era. You like Jimmy. I like that.
म्यूट करा झालं स्टॉप करो. Good morning, one and all. Before we start the first session, I request all the participants, all the dignitaries to stand a while for saying national anthem. Please, sir. I request you to stand a while for national anthem.
Why it is not? Yes, start.
Thank you. Please sit down, sir. This is the first session, and it is the inaugural session, which will take only 20 minutes. And I am Professor Dr. Bandhu Kamble, Head, Department of English, Uma Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur, and convener of this one-day e-conference. Actually, this is the first session. This national one-day e-conference, it gives me great pleasure to express my introductory speech here. Sri Pandurang Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's Uma Mahavidyalaya Pandharpur, that has been established by a godly figure, Honorable Sudhakar Paricharak Sahib, who is our chief patron, Honorable Prashantji Paricharak Sahib, member of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, who is our patron, Honorable Rajgopalji Bhattar Sahib, Secretary of Pandurang Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Pandharpur, Honorable Dr. D.S. Paricharak, Principal, Uma Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur, and our special regards goes to Honorable Dr. Sudhirji Nikam, sir. Also, I am very much thankful to Professor Honorable Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, who has a lion's share in organizing and supporting us for this one-day e-conference. It is said that some are born great and some achieve greatness through their deeds. These are the words applicable to our godly president and chief patron and our principal. After that, I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Jaideep Chakravarti, Dr. Srikant Mohan Rao, Dr. Alka Singh, and Dr. Om Juneja, who are here as resource persons in the upcoming e-conference. I now request our Honorable Principal, Professor Dr. Paricharak sir, to express his welcome speech before the first session.
Start. Good morning, all. Respected Dr. Sudhirji Nikam, Dr. Jaideepji Chakrabarti, sir, Dr. Alkaji Singh, Dr. Srikantji Mohan Rao, Dr. Om Juneja ji, respected chairpersons, Principal Dr. N.B. Pawar, Dr. Anijom Madam, Dr. Ramesh Saugule, and Dr. Samadhan Mane, all the research scholars, participants, dear friends. Indeed, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all. Before I speak something, I seek blessings from our most venerable President Shri Sudhakar Pant Paricharak, I give warm welcome to our respected Secretary, Mr. Rajgopalji Bhattar, for his gracious presence for today's conference. Respected all, I would begin with my short welcome speech by quoting Hudson Maxim. I quote, "All progress is born of inquiry. Doubt is often better than overconfidence, for it leads to inquiry and inquiry leads to an investigation." Unquote. Research is a search for knowledge and undoubtedly a part and parcel of human knowledge. It calls for a careful, critical inquiry into facts and principles. It requires diligence and systematic investigation to ascertain truth. Research is a tool for building knowledge and facilitating learning. Various issues can be comprehended if we seize the right opportunity and work relentlessly. Here I am tempted to quote, "Research is to what everybody else has seen and to think about nobody else has thought." Unquote. Research activities nurture and provide our minds with much needed exercise. Research helps us to provide a theory, inform action, and contribute to developing knowledge. Research helps in scientific thinking while promoting the development of logical habits. Friends, fundamental concepts of research are the basic research concepts. The chief aim is to improve scientific theories for proper understanding and improved prediction of natural or other phenomena. Research, while being an original contribution, should add to the existing stock of knowledge. It should be a pursuit of truth with the help of study, observation, and experiment. The purpose of organizing this e-conference is to provide necessary steps and guidelines to researchers and scholars confronted with the challenges of how to start with research and what exactly to do. I quote, "To know is knowledge, but knowing what to do is wisdom." Or even I may say, "We must know what we don't know." I think these are the two sentences every researcher should bear in mind. It should also help at various levels of academic endeavors and help research supervisors for supervising at various levels. I have not an iota of doubt that by virtue of the enlightening speeches of erudite resource persons here, the research scholars would be immensely benefited, and this webinar or e-conference will ignite your curiosity and develop a spirit of inquiry within you. I sincerely thank the convener and the head of the department of our English, Professor Dr. Kamble, for his initiatives in organizing this e-conference, along with the colleagues, Professor Deshpande, Professor Dodhope, NAC coordinator, Professor Dr. Bada. I once again heartily welcome to all respected resource persons, chairpersons, research scholars, participants, friends, well-wishers, my teaching and non-teaching staff, and past and present students. I place on record special thanks to Dr. Sudhirji Nikam for his significant role in making this e-conference possible. I wish this e-conference a grand success. Welcome and thank you all. Have a wonderful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you, sir. Now it is time for the first session. It is the beginning of the first session with keynote address of Honorable Dr. Sudarji Nikam sir. And this session will be chaired by Honorable Dr. Anijon Madam, BO Chairman of our BO Chairman of Faculties of Arts English Department, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. It is proper time to introduce Dr. Sudhirji Nikam sir. Sir, you are Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Member, Academic Council, Member, Research and Recognition Committee, University of Mumbai. Sir, you are Associate Professor and Head, PG Department of English, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. Sir, you are former Secretary, Indian Association for Canadian Studies, Baroda. Sir, you are a member of BOS in English, Nagpur, Kolhapur, Bhavnagar, and many autonomous colleges. Sir, you are member, Research and Recognition Committee, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, and KJ Somaya Comprehensive College, Mumbai. Sir, you have been working as editor of Journal of Higher Education and Research Society. Sir, 13 PhDs have been awarded under your supervision, and you have evaluated 80 plus theses and conducted vivos in various universities. Sir, you have delivered lectures in national and international conferences. Sir, you have conducted several sessions in UGC and HRDCS at Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Ahmedabad. Sir, you have published books and journals at national and various international level. Sir, I welcome here as to deliver your keynote address, and I express my special thanks to you because you have lion's share in today's e-conference. You have done a lot for us, sir. I am very much thankful to you on behalf of Department of English, Uma Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur, and our institution, Pandurang Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Pandharpur. Now, I request my colleague Deshpande sir to introduce the chairperson of this session, that is Dr. Anijon, before your keynote address, sir. Over to Deshpande sir.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yeah, are you audible?
Good morning, everybody. Today, I am Avinash Deshpande, Assistant Professor, Uma Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur. Today is our very auspicious day for us. We are going to organize one day conference on research methodology. For the first session, inauguration session, we have the chairperson, Professor Anijon Madam. She is let me introduce in a brief. The chairperson, Anijon Madam, is Professor A.R. Burla, Varishth Mahavidyalaya, Solapur. She is a chairperson of BOS Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, University, Solapur. She has a long experience of teaching, approximately 26 years in research faculty too. She has published various research paper, articles, and she published various books. She shared various resource person more than 20 times. She has been facilitated various awards. She is a member of various committees. It's very great honor to introduce Dr. Annie John Madam to share the chairperson. I would like to over Dr. Kamble sir to proceed address keynote speech.
Thank you, Deshpande sir. May I now request Honorable Dr. Sudhirji Nikam sir to deliver his keynote address. Over to.
Thank you, Dr. Kamble, for such a nice introduction. I congratulate the organizers for initiating such a wonderful conference on fundamentals of research, which is actually a need of the hour. Let me begin with thanking the organizers. Honorable Sri Sudhakar Pant Paricharak, a fatherly figure in the politics of Maharashtra and former minister, government of Maharashtra, and president of Pandurang Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. Honorable Raj Gopalji Bhattad, secretary of Pandurang Shikshak Prasarak Mandal. Principal Dr. D.S. Paricharak, principal of Uma Mahavidyalaya. Dr. Annie John, chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University. Dr. N.B. Pawar, former Dean, Faculty of Arts, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University. Dr. R.B. Chaugule, Dr. Chakravarti, Dr. Srikant, Dr. Alka Singh, and all the dignitaries, and my dear friend, Dr. B.A. Kamble, the convener of this conference, and Dr. Avinash Deshpande, the faculty member of the college. Friends, Dr. Paricharak has specially organized this national web conference or webinar on fundamentals of research. So while referring to fundamentals of research, we need to take into consideration who are the target audience. So while deciding the target audience, it is very difficult to locate exact target audience. The reason behind it is most of the times it happens that when we consider something as a serious concern of research, we usually refer to our serious research like MPhil, PhD, or minor or major research projects. But friends, research does not start at MPhil or PhD level. Research is a continuous process which starts right from the days of a child's school days. A child is the most curious researcher. Every child we know has a tendency to ask certain questions out of innocence. And from the childhood onwards, we start on keeping the curiosity alive. And therefore, this childlike curiosity has always to be kept sustained in order to conduct the research further. To talk about undergraduate level students also need to be trained in such a way that they could be able to carry research further at postgraduate or MPhil or PhD level. Usually the research of the students at undergraduate level or postgraduate level is ignored. And as a result of this, most of the students who get admission for PhD or MPhil, they remain ignorant about the fundamentals of research. And the purpose of this webinar is like a bridge workshop. It would be a bridge workshop for those who have completed BA and MA. However, they could not cope up with certain things. And this workshop or webinar also guides the aspirants of MPhil and PhD. So that is why the target audience are both the graduate and undergraduate and postgraduate students, as well as the aspirants of MPhil and PhD, and those who have already registered and their work is in progress. So all the resource person will be talking about the same things, which would be usually useful for undergraduate, postgraduate, and research level students. So research is a progressive concept, and that is why it has to be considered seriously right from the undergraduate level. Being, since we are degree college teachers, we need to think in that direction. We need to familiarize the students with major research methods in humanity in general and English in particular. So although most of the time we talk about research in English, but it is not simply a research in English, it is research in humanities, because most of the research techniques, research tools are similar with all the languages and even social sciences to a great extent. And therefore, research, when we talk about it, should be considered as an interdisciplinary undertaking. We need also to familiarize the students with the materials, tools, and essential constituents of research. Mostly, to give an example, as teachers, we teach the students a poem, a short story, a play, or a novel. But do we teach them how to read a poem? Do we teach them how to read a novel? Or do we teach them how to utter dialogues, or how the techniques of drama should be used? We never do so. We just explain and have a critical appreciation or analysis of a text, and there we end. But the basic thing, that is analysis of a text, how to read a novel, how to read a poem, how to make its proper analysis, is much ignored. So that is also a part of research. Once the student is well equipped with the technique of analysis, with the technical of critical appreciation, only then the student will be well equipped to carry serious research. So that is why our emphasis should be on undergraduate and postgraduate students. If undergraduate and postgraduate students are well trained in research, there may be good admissions or better students for research or a serious degree level. And that is why most of the curriculum should be designed in such a way that the students should be well equipped to accept the challenges of research that they have to face in future. We also need to prepare researchers to use mechanics of research writing. So research writing has certain mechanisms and which needs to be introduced. So many universities keep on introducing research methodology paper for MA, and UGC has this mandatory to introduce research methodology paper for master's level. But I would appeal many universities, and whenever I discuss with the chairpersons of the board of studies or deans of respective faculties, I request them to introduce research methodology paper at undergraduate level, so that the students will be well trained in the recent trends and techniques that are being used in research. Today, we are moving towards 21st century, and in order to update our students with the challenges that are ahead, we also need to train the students in ICT skills. So ICT skills are inevitable parts of research. Gone are the days when we used to go in the library and do a laborious work. Actually, though that is also one of the techniques, that technique of doing hard labor, hard work, and analyzing a text is different. And if it is complemented, we are not going to replace the traditional methods of reading a book. We are not going to replace the traditional method of analyzing a book, but we are going to make complementary changes, complementary additions with the help of ICT tools in research. We also need to develop an intense understanding of ethical practices in conducting and publishing research among the learners. So ethical practices are very much important. Many a times when we ask our undergraduate students to prepare a research paper, immediately the next day the research paper is ready. So friends, it is not a method of preparing a research paper. A research paper, a single research paper requires a lot. For example, let me give an example. I had to invite Dr. John Thiem from England, who is an editor of Journal of Post-Colonial Writing. So when I invited him for a conference, he denied it on the reason that he had to prepare a research paper and that would take next 6 months to write it. So we can imagine how much hard work a single research paper, qualitative research paper takes. So if Professor John Thiem takes 6 months to prepare a research paper, we should learn something from it. So we should also tell our students that without hard work, nothing is possible. You should invest proper energy on exploring certain things, and only then a thoroughly prepared research paper can be introduced. We also need to aware our students with the current happenings around them, like the web resources that are complementary to research, like for example InflibNet, how to find material on InflibNet. Many a times it happens that the books are not available, resources are not available, but there should be some source from where the resources can be taken. For example, InflibNet, which is situated at Ahmedabad, but it is online available. Most of the colleges have taken membership of InflibNet, but unfortunately, it is regrettable that this facility is not being provided for the students. Just libraries prescribe InflibNet, and that's all. Students are not given an access. So students should be given an access, and not just access, but they should be well trained regarding how to use InflibNet, how to use Enlist software. Most of the libraries in Maharashtra are equipped with Enlist software, but how many of the students do use Enlist software? It is a matter of inquiry. So therefore, unless and until we train the teachers as well as students regarding the use of InflibNet, of Enlist software, it will not going to function in a proper way. Enlist, for example, has thousands of research journals. So these thousands of research journals are lying unexplored in the database of InflibNet as well as Enlist. Then there are various open access publications and initiatives among other resources. Apart from that, we also need to train the students related to plagiarism. So how plagiarism should be avoided, and if it is not avoided, then what are the measures to cope up with it? That should be also introduced to the students. There are new concepts that are emerging. For example, intellectual property right. So intellectual property right is one of the vital issues that is being discussed in almost all the subjects. Earlier, it was introduced only in science because it was related to patent and other laws. But even literature and our day-to-day activities are governed by intellectual property right. Every human activity, every human production, culture is governed by intellectual property right. So we should also make the students aware. Not just we should make them aware, but first teachers should become aware of these things, and then they can try to percolate this knowledge up to the students. Then what is copyright, how to obtain copyright, these things also need to be learned in a serious serious way. Again, UGC has prescribed certain guidelines. These guidelines also need to be discussed. Many a times it should be like a college may organize a workshop for the teachers, and they should be trained regarding what are the UGC guidelines related to research, and a proper environment related to research may be created even in the staff room. So how to operate data, how to analyze data, and how it should be reported, these things also need to be discussed in our staff, and it should be introduced to the students as well. Again, the basic things which are ignored are like thesis statement. So I'm not going to introduce what is thesis statement on all these things, but the basic things like thesis statement, a problem statement, research question, hypothesis, aims and objectives, rationale for the study, framing a methodology, key issues and arguments. These things need to be introduced right from undergraduate level. Many times it happens that many research scholars complete their PhD, but when we ask them what was your hypothesis and could you meet your hypothesis at the end of your thesis, they are speechless. So that is why Dr. Paricharak has introduced such a vital topic like fundamentals of research. So all these things will be introduced in the coming sessions. Then how to conduct literature review, then types of analyzing, textual, theoretical, comparative analysis, historical, contextual, applied, and how to make scheme of chapterization. If it is MPhil, if it is a project work, if it is some other kind of project, how the chapter scheme should be introduced, that also needs to be discussed with the students. So awareness is most important tool above all. Unless and until we make the students research literate, research literacy among the students should be increased, and once the students become aware of the research culture, they would be definitely well trained in order to face further challenges. Many times it happens that many research papers are being prepared, but if we ask the writers to prepare an abstract, they are helpless to prepare abstract. So what is an abstract? Abstract is nothing but it is a kind of summary. It is a kind of essence of a paper, and how it should be prepared. It should be also trained, and only then the proper structure of the paper and the main arguments can be developed further. Then there are some issues related to documentation of a thesis. Various methodologies are there. MLA methodology is there. APA methodology is there. Chicago Manual of Style is there. We should take into account that although there are different methodologies, different approaches in research, but in spite of that, whatever methodology you use, whatever edition of MLA researcher uses, it should be followed consistently. So methodology is introduced to give proper shape to a thesis, to give proper order to a thesis, and its importance should be acknowledged in a proper proportion. Then citation, structuring a thesis. In order to understand how to structure a thesis, the students or researchers should be given an opportunity to prepare short research papers, short projects, and based on that, a research supervisor at graduate and postgraduate and even at research level can go through their preparation. Then language of research also should be a typical research language. The tone used in research should be consistent throughout the thesis. Chapter 1, introductory chapter is different, and the analytical chapters are different, and the conclusion is totally different. It should not be like this. The tone should be maintained throughout the thesis. The diction, the style, there should be a consistency in spelling, like or terminology, capitalization, for instance. We need to avoid redundancy also. Many of the theses are redundant. The same ideas are repeated again and again. it is essential to avoid ambiguity, vagueness, or anything that misleads or leads to misreading of the thesis. So we should always keep in mind that a thesis is prepared not just for the sake of uh, the creative output of the researcher, but it is also kept in a library. So when it is kept in a library, the further researchers should be inspired to read the thesis, and they should be inspired to have further research based on that thesis. So now you know that UGC uploads every PhD thesis on Show the Ganga, the website or portal that has been exclusively created to upload various theses of different universities. So we should be very, very careful about the language we draft, because the thesis is going to create an image of the researcher. If you draft it properly, only then your image as a good researcher will be created. And therefore, uh, apart from that, we need to introduce the researchers use of online resources like citation, how citation should be used. Now technology is being used in citation. There are auto citations. uh, we know Microsoft Word, how to use it, but even Microsoft Word, we learn or we know it for limited purposes. So um, we should also take trainings from various resources using Microsoft Word or advanced softwares. Citation database like Web of Science or Scopus, what is it? It also needs to be understood and explained to the researcher. Then there are different tools like Journal Finder or suggestion tools for journals. Plagiarism check. There are different softwares for plagiarism check, which can be subscribed. Most of the softwares can be subscribed free of cost. Some are by making certain payment, but it is a nominal payment. The research guides, most of the universities give a licensed copy of such softwares like Turnitin or Urkund. These may be used to check plagiarism. Graphic information transfer, corpus analysis, online translation, transliteration sites, and softwares also are there for the assistance of research students and research guide. Then data analysis softwares are there, use of Google Documents, Google Form. Google has a number of products. Even if we learn Google products, various products Google has introduced online, there are various YouTube channels which may introduce you how to use Google products. That is more than sufficient to conduct good research work and to complement it with ICT based tools. So apart from that, presentation skills of the students also need to be nurtured. Many students are good at writing, but they are not good at presentation. They are shy, and most of the times it happens that during PhD Viva Voce, students feel very difficult to face the Viva Voce. So it is through the coursework of a PhD or during MA teaching at MA level or BA level, we should give an opportunity to students to develop their presentation skills. So these are some of the suggestions which I could gather from my reading and observation, which I'm sure that most of the teachers and my friends will be already following. And if it is being followed, then we can complement those with ICT based tools. So thank you, Dr. Paricharak, for giving me an opportunity to share some of my views, and thank you, Dr. Annie John Madam, for listening me carefully. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Dr. Kamble.
Thank you, Dr. Nikam, sir. You are right, sir. In order to create a research culture, we must begin the research methodology paper from the degree level, and students and research students must be well trained with new techniques in research methodology. Thank you, sir. You have enlightened us so much. May I now request Honorable Dr. Annie John, ma'am, to express her views on Dr. Sudhir Nikam's speech. Over to John, madam. John, madam, please unmute.
Am I audible? Hello? Can you hear me?
Go on, speak, ma'am.
Huh? बोला.
Yes, madam.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. Honorable Dr. Principal Paricharak sir, the convener of this webinar, Dr. Kamble sir, today's resource person, my friend Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir. In addition to this, Avinash Deshpande, all the other resource persons who are going to enrich us today with the Vidya discussion, and the other chairpersons of different sessions, Dr. N.B. Pawar sir, Dr. Chaudhary sir, Dr. Samadhan Mane. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Paricharak sir and the entire team for organizing such a wonderful webinar on the fundamentals of research. Actually, it's truly an enriching experience, especially during this pandemic. Although very brief, he spoke, at length about the do's and don'ts involved in research. And Dr. As Sudhir sir said, there's no specific age, there's no particular stage for research. A child, just like he used that word, a childlike curiosity. Everybody has this curiosity. And as research supervisors or as teachers, it's important that we ignite this curiosity within our scholars. It's very important that we create this spirit of inquiry within our students. He also spoke about progressive concept. And something that was very nice was he said, we should also teach our students how to read a poem, how to read a novel. In addition to this, I would also say we should help our students focus on their pronunciation. Especially as teachers, not an easy work. And it's not very difficult also, like how some research scholars think it's very difficult, but it's definitely a challenge. And it's essential that we help them to overcome this challenge or face this challenge. Dr. Sudhir also spoke very aptly about ICT skills, which is a necessity in today's. He also spoke about, Enlist or Inflibnet, IPR, copyrights. All these things are something that we have to be aware with. And of course, when you talk about ICT, it's also important to inform them about the serious consequences of plagiarism. And just in case they have to quote something, there are different options also. So a lot of it goes without saying, there's a lot of hard work that should go into research. Now, when I have seen many colleges, I've seen many universities having conferences and seminars on how to update research scholars or how to update the research students. Now, what I particularly, specifically, I feel is before upgrading the students or the research scholars, it's very important that we upgrade ourselves. Maybe we have completed our PhD, say 10 years back or maybe 8 years back. And from there, I think many of the research scholars or the teachers have done nothing. So it's very important before we instill something in our students, it's necessary that we instill the same within us. When we talk about upgradation or when we talk about updating our scholars, it's important that we do the same with ourselves. We talk about ICT skills. Many of us are not techno-savvy. So it's very important that we pay, heed to all these things. I have come across a number of theses in our university. A number of theses come from other universities where I am to assess the work. And it's very depressing to see that there is nothing of research involved in it, because these scholars are not aware of the stages or the fundamentals of research. Very often what I see is the research or the entire thesis is nothing but a generalized summary. That's it. There's nothing as research in it. In addition to this, there is a lot of errors, maybe grammatical mistakes. Even the students are not aware of what the concepts are, or even they're not aware of the different terms that they have used. As Nikam sir rightly pointed out, many of them are not aware of things up to the day of the Viva Voce, and they cut a very sorry picture. Now here, the scholar is not entirely to be blamed. I think we should share equal responsibility. We should help them, actually make this a pleasurable experience. Many of them, they find it very, very depressing, the entire, maybe 2 years, 3 years that they are working on. They find it very difficult. They go through depressing moments. So it's very important for us to help them realize that research is not something of a discovery that you do. Research is something that you are searching upon. It's already there. And what you do is you just add your own ideas to it. You look to it from your own perspective, help them to add newer dimensions to it, help them to interpret and reinterpret according to their understanding. And this is our work as research scholars. Again, similarly, we should help the research scholars realize that research work does not stop on the day of the Viva Voce. Actually, true research begins after that. Whatever they have done during these few years is nothing but a foundation, and this foundation will help them in future when they are supposed to write articles or when they're supposed to write books. This will help them. So I would once again thank the organizers for asking me to be here to chair this session. And I truly enjoyed the session. It was a wonderful experience. And I'm sure the other sessions to follow will also add to our information and intellect. Once again, thank you, Principal Pancharak sir, the convener of this seminar, and all others involved, the entire team, for organizing this wonderful and enriching webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John ma'am, for your views. I request you to all the participants, professors and research scholars to put their questions on the emails of the research persons, and they will answer your questions via email. So thank you, ma'am, once more for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Giving us so much time, your valuable time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I request Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti, sir? May I call him for the second session? Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti, sir. Introduction to karna na?
Yes.
I request Professor Avinash Deshpande, sir, to introduce Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti, sir.
Hello.
Over to Dr. Deshpande, sir.
Hello. Welcome all of you. I am Avinash Deshpande, Assistant Professor, Uma Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur. May I introduce this first session, the eminent resource person, Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti. He is an Assistant Professor of English at Assam University, Silchar, He has worked as UGC GRF, research guide. He has a long experience of teaching on UG as well as PG level. He published a number of books. His area of interest is post-colonial studies and British fiction. Uh, I welcome with the permission of the chairperson, I request resource person, Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti, to guide us. He selected the today's topic, how to choose a research topic and mechanics of writing a research. Uh, Thank you very much, sir, to share your views. Over to Dr. Jaydeep Chakravarti, sir.
Uh, Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible to all of you?
Just minute, sir. Just minute, sir. Before that, before you begin your lecture, sir, I request Professor Dr. Samadhan Mane to chair this session. Dr.
Okay.
Samadhan Mane. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Dr. Samadhan Mane is a associate professor from KBP College, Pandharpur. He has been working there for last 4 years, and he is ICAC chairman of that college, and he has published many books and many research articles, research papers in national and international journals, and it will be a good and best introduction of my friend Samadhan Mane. Okay, sir. Dr. Chakravarti, sir, please.
Hello. A very good morning to all of you. I think, am I audible, sir?
You are audible, sir.
I first of all thank the organizers, principal sir, then Kamlesh sir, for giving me this opportunity, and also I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Nikam sir for putting me in touch with all of you. This is, I think, a very relevant topic, and it is important that you all have started to think about it even at this level, because we find, as Dr. Nikam said, when students come to do PhD after MA and all that, there is a huge gap, because BA, MA, these are mostly taught courses. In our days, these were taught courses fully. Now, partially, some kind of assignment kind of things have been introduced. But when you come to PhD, you have to write an entire thesis on your own. And certain job requirements have made it mandatory for people to come to PhD who may not have the kind of, flair of writing or knack of writing for this PhD thing. So that is why it is very important that students are groomed from the beginning in the trick of the trade. Now, I had chosen 2 topics, how to choose a topic rather, and then mechanics of research writing. But I think I will go a little beyond that, which will help me to put my things in proper context. First of all, as we know, since I'm a humanities person, I'll basically speak from that background. But the general concept is that a research paper is whatever it is, MPhil, PhD, research paper is an original contribution to knowledge. Now, in that thing, I am rather, we are sorry to say that our nation as a whole, India, is not in a very good shape globally. Some of us, our people are doing excellent work abroad and in every places, but as a nation producing meaningful researches, even I cannot extricate myself from that. These are, as some teachers have pointed out already, some experts, these are basically summaries of, or critical summaries of existing works. That is not actually research. So I think one of the reasons is that there was a gap between BA, MA on the one hand, and then PhD. So now that you are doing this gap will be bridged. So this is not a summary. Research is not basically a summary. So there comes the question of choosing a topic. For that, first of all, I would like to tell one thing, of course, not to the experts, they know it much more better than me, but to the students. There is a great difference between a book and a thesis. This is the point that we mostly miss in India in most cases. Book writing and thesis writing are two different things. In book writing, you can include as many things as you like. If you are writing a book, say on Shakespeare, you can write from Shakespeare's life, birth, etc., and then summary of his plays, so many things. But if you are writing a thesis, you need to work on a specific thing. There comes the importance of the topic. But actually, in our case, what happens is that I have seen many research papers on many universities, especially in humanities. You write a thesis on, say, role of women in Shakespeare's plays. For example, there the first chapter will be biography of Shakespeare. Second chapter will be history of drama up to Shakespeare. Then 3 chapters on analysis of Shakespeare's 3 plays. That is not research actually. Biography of Shakespeare should not be part of your research work unless you are working on Shakespeare's biography. That is already there. And then history of drama up to that period is also not your job. The same thing is done, if it is a novel, 1 chapter is history of novel in English, 1 chapter is that novelist's life and works. So this is not professional research. The topic that you choose, you start with the theoretical background. If you are writing on representation of women in Shakespeare, first introduction should be on theories of representation and women and some relevant Elizabethan background, because this is a thesis, and to the extent possible, you should write what is relevant to your thesis, not the entire thing that is available on Shakespeare on women. That is the major mistake in most cases in India we do. If you go to Shodh Ganga also, I think you will see that, you will find the thing. So there comes the importance of choosing a topic. Then second point is, again, another truth. In most cases in India, at least so far as I know in humanities, topics are not chosen by students. Let us be candid about this. They are given by guides. That is also wrong, because we have also a tradition of Guru Parampara in India. The Guru is everything, and then if we are devoted to the Guru, everything will be done. That is not a good thing in research. A guide can give you a broader focus, but the topic should be absolutely your own. But the tradition has been, we approach a guide and then with him for sometimes, then he fixes his topic. Okay, you do that. So like the Tathastu kind of thing. And then the scholar. Now, after the introduction of coursework and all from last 2-3 years, this has slightly changed, but not fully. The courseworks were basically designed, pre-PhD, pre-MPhil coursework, to help the students to choose their own topics. But then our courseworks are not exactly of the American kind from where we have borrowed the idea. At least in Eastern India, I do not right now, I do not know about Pune University. Actually, incidentally, I did my PG from Ferguson College. So there is a Maharashtra connection. And in our time, Prashant Sinha sir, very updated in English department, Raj Rao, they were all from Iowa and they knew, but right now exactly do not know. So we, we have to do this, keep this in mind that in America, the coursework is customized coursework. Suppose you will write a work on, say, you will do a thesis on Namdev Dhasal, for example. So your coursework, your guide will give you on Namdev Dhasal, Dalit writing, etc. And just one common paper on certain research methodology. But here what we do is mostly 4 papers, 3 papers are same for all the students we take, and one assignment paper is different. So that way coursework also doesn't become very effective. So anyway, these are the problems at the higher stage. But then I think I have basically made 2 points, that book and research are different. In research, you have to stick to your topic and write about things which lead to your conclusion. For that, you have to have a hypothesis. As Nikam sir has said and Madam has said, this is very important. In science, when we do research, the hypothesis is more palpable. For example, say in Pandharpur area, there is uranium. You start with that hypothesis. Then you do the research and either you find it or you do not find it. In literature, it is slightly hazy. We cannot have that kind of a direct thing, but still, you know, next to that, we can have some kind of an idea. Say our hypothesis is, for example, say Maharashtrian poet, so Namdev Dharsar was influenced by Marxism. For example, I'm telling in his poetry. That may be your hypothesis. You start with that. I'm telling the students, of course, you find your research, read Marx at one point of, I mean, on one side, Marxist theories and Namdev Dharsar. Then finally, you come to a categorical decision that whether your hypotheses were true or false. But in India, mostly we do not come at false hypothesis in literature because the research is already done by guide. And also, so we just take a topic and very opportunist way we choose references and points that supports our hypothesis and then come to a kind of pre-designed conclusion. All these things have taken down our image at the global level. Indian universities, except very few, do not figure among the top 500 or even top 200 by majority. So I think a research lacuna is that we have talent. All of us are very much talented Indians, and we are doing many great things in IT sector, this and that. But due to this lack of proper perspective, I think in researching, we are being misguided. Now, third thing is continuing with that. After you find the topic, now topic has to be found out. It may be found out in a stage-wise formula. We used to give the example of a funnel in research. You take a big topic first, then as you go on working, you come to a specific topic. Suppose we start with the idea, or we start with the kind of, say, first of all, your broad topic will be representation of women in Shakespeare, going to the previous thing. But actually, this cannot be a research topic. Shakespeare's almost all plays have women, all plays have. So then you have to write 4 or 5 volumes. Starting with that broad topics, you have to finally choose which plays you will focus on. Then what is the logic of your selection? There must be some chronological logic that these are the early plays, middle plays, or late plays, or some thematic logic that these plays are his plays where women are at a center stage. So for example, that way from a broader topic first, tentative topic, then you come to a shorter topic. So we give the example of a funnel. Now, these are all for PhD things or MPhil in mind. It may not be possible to do this at BA or MA level, where mostly you have to follow what the teacher gives us for practical reasons. But if we keep it in mind from now onwards, then it will be easier for the students to come to a topic on your own, topic of your choice. The third thing is, we used to tell always, right now it is slightly redundant, but not fully. Third thing is, you also choose a topic keeping in mind the availability of resources in that area. But now this has become slightly redundant, as Nikam sir and all have said, because internet, has made almost all kinds of resources available. In our time, we had to take Odyssey to many places. Like I went to National Library at Calcutta, and then Hyderabad, Indo-American Research Center, now taken up by Osmania University. So we used to go there, so many books and computerized list will come. So we have to find out. So then we knew that we should not have chosen this topic because it was not available in our local library, and then very not in Osmania also. But this point is not much there, but still students also should keep it in mind to some extent. Then fourth point is choice of topic. That is easier. You just search on the Google, as simple as that. How many people are working on that? Though in literature, unlike science, this is not a hard and fast rule that if someone is working on a topic, you cannot work in the same topic, because after all, since it is subjective, findings will be different. But still, today, if you work on Till now, many people are working Yeats and Irish Revolution. That is actually dated topic. Some research industries we have in India, we call one is D.H. Lawrence, another is mostly from African American, third is Indian, Amitabh Ghosh. For a generation, some very good works have been done, but most people either Amitabh Ghosh, Salman Rushdie. I also have actually guided myself because I'm not free from the system. So, but then now it looks repetitive. You do not contribute anything new to that. So just please check whether the topic that you have finally chosen is done by a lot many people. Then I think this is not a good idea to proceed with that topic. Then fifth thing, very important, especially in our Indian context, I have learned about it in even Maharashtra. Those days also we used to tell in Ferguson that eulogizing. Indian researchers in general have a trend of eulogizing their chosen topic in literature and humanities because we are a country of hero worshippers. All countries were, but we are still done. So Netaji, Shivaji, for example, let us talk about Netaji. Netaji is a great hero. If you write a book on Netaji, you eulogize him. Netaji was the greatest person, greatest, all that. But if you write a thesis on Netaji or Gandhiji, then if you start with the statement that Gandhiji was the, greatest political leader alive, or Netaji, I mean, at that point of time, or Netaji was the greatest hero, or Shakespeare is the greatest writer, or Namdev Dhasa is the greatest Dalit writer, then already your objectivity is fully gone, which is very important for research. Though there are subjective elements, but we should be objective. So personal eulogization of figures is not a fit subject for research. It is fit subject for books maybe. So we have to be as much objective as possible. Now, here I have to give a, maybe my time is up, but just please remind me. Here I also give a little bit of a historical context. Currently, the research practice that we are following in English in India and even all over the world, this is highly based on, in English, it is basically based on the American mode of research and French mode of research, which are very specific, objective, exploratory. So we often recommend the MLA handbook, whichever edition. Actually, I am not fussy about the latest edition. That is not important. But as Nikam sir said, whichever edition you follow that consistently. Modern Language Association of America. So before that, British research also was like very personal, subjective, and this kind of thing. If we go to the books of the person who started the discipline of English, say F.R. Leavis, the great tradition, this and that, you'll all find he celebrating things. There is no reference, very little. Leavis, Eliot, their critical works, if you read, so very little reference. They assume that we all know, but not in American research, modern time. A single quote, if you give, that also you have to give reference. Because referencing paves the way for further researcher. Yes, I am gradually entering into the mechanics of writing. So first point is, this is related to the earlier topic, eulogizing, and then our mode of writing research paper is like writing book or also newspaper review. Journalistic, we do not actually enforce the difference between review and research writing. So reviews are evaluative, but the MLA mode that we generally follow in humanities, that is exploratory, not evaluative. Evaluative in the sense that you evaluate. He is a great writer, he is a good writer, this is great, this is not great. But exploration is you go to the use of themes, motifs, how a particular writer has established his theme or plot with the help of motifs, tropes. These are the technical words actually. So we explore, then make connections. Just as finding uranium was an example from science, so in literature, we can make connections. That is a very important research. We can make connection, for example, between Raymond Williams and Edward Said. That many of the works that Edward Said did are influenced by Raymond Williams. That can be your research. important research contribution. So those kind of things will be original contributions. Or if you you can present an entirely new reading of a traditional author, that is also your original contribution. Otherwise, our researches are critical summaries of available research materials. So kindly remember, the students, the difference between research writing and book. A research writing can be later made into a book. That is a different thing. It can be published with a book, but do not follow the methodology research of book writing in research paper. Be professional and be objective. Even till date, many guides, they do not prefer the use of the words like I, me, etc. in research paper, though it is in America and all this is done. Now, mechanics of research writing, first of all, I've said that it should not be journalistic or should not be review type, unless in one chapter like review of literature, which is important. Secondly, second very important part is that there should not be any grammatical error or linguistic error. This is very important for Indians, especially if you are working in English literature. So we have, had problems where we had to spend times correcting the grammar or sentences, grammatical sentences, Englishes. Slips are okay, but mistakes, page after page, that is not expected at PhD or MPhil level. That part has to be taken care of. Third part is consistently following a style sheet. I saw one participant has asked a question, which book should be followed for following the referencing one. So for me, the MLA handbook is the best. Modern Language Association of America, their handbook, they give complete guide to research writing. Now 8th edition is available, but even 7th will do. 7th, 6th, e-copies also can be found. So the first thing that they start with is research paper as a form of exploration. Secondly, you have to, in mechanics, another thing is that you have to show that this is not your personal writing fully, like spontaneous overflow, powerful feelings, Wordsworth's poem. Your research findings must be based on research that has gone before. So there should be survey of available works in that field. What works have been done before you in this field, and what you can do new to that. That is what we call the research gap. And even if in a field there is almost no work done, that is very good for you. That makes your work all the more important. So research gap. And then finally, you have to also show the possibilities, future possibilities. And then details of the mechanics of writing are available in that book or anywhere. First of all, most research papers are expected to be typed double spaced, then on one side of a paper, not both sides, etc., etc. These are technical details which varies from style to style. But most important things are, please do not follow the form of newspaper review or personal essay writing in writing research paper. Bring a professional style. And second thing is follow a style sheet. Now, third thing is, in literary studies today, starting from the 60s theoretical turn, it has become fully related to theories. Dr. Shrikant Mohan Rao has joined us. He is also in theory, into theory. So post-colonial approach, deconstructionist approach, structuralist approach. A very good research paper will be if you throughout use the language or jargon or terminology of the methodology that you are adopting. I will give a very common example. We mostly do, I also have done. We write, the text and then author we write. Who is the author of this text? But if we go deep into theory, these two do not go together. The concept of author, a text is premised on the death of the author. The concept of text is a post-structuralist theory where author doesn't figure. So we have to say work and author or book and author to be very specific, to be very minute. So if we follow this kind of minute things, research paper will be a kind of very professional, very perfect, and then it will make a great impact. Otherwise, our theories are at one side. We write in the chapter 1 that we will be following deconstruction, this and that. And then from next chapter, life of author, one chapter, history of the genre, then 3 chapters, summaries of 3 novels, and that becomes the problem. So please adopt a very professional style of writing. Right now, even if you cannot, especially undergraduate student, please keep it in mind that I will uh, try my best to present a very, very professional kind of research writing. And also remember, regarding the difference between book and research, I also had that problem. When I used to write my thesis, my guide told me I used to include as much information as I could on my author. He said, no, research paper is a very specialized writing. The world is not going to read it. You need not give Shakespeare's life in thesis on Shakespeare, because your audience will be people who know Shakespeare, mostly PhD guide or course scholars, etc. That is also another aspect. But if you write a book on Shakespeare, it is for general audience. Then you can push in as many information as you may feel your audience may require. But research papers have a very specialized audience. Science has it perfectly due to science and symbols and all. No one can read a chemistry or physics thing like that. But since humanities are more prone to humanity, so we also have a tendency to make our works kind of a encyclopedia on the author or on the topic. That should not be done. Specific topic, choose to the chosen topic, as I said, a broader topic first, gradually narrow down it to a very specific topic, then follow a very particular style sheet, and then chapterization and all of course will be there. So I think these are some of the things that I wanted to say. Perhaps the time is up. Is there any question I would like to take up, or can I continue? Hello. uh,
You please continue, sir.
oh, okay, very much. And thank you. Then I will give you one example, one very important example of how research topic should be different from what is visible to the eyes. That is another mistake that we do in our country, unfortunately. Okay. So our topics are like, say, feminism in Anita Desai or feminist reading of Anita Desai's text. This is not good research actually, because Anita Desai is a well-known feminist writer, and it is very well known that her texts deal with women only. Or homosexuality, say, in the writings of Mahesh Dattani, or post-colonialism in Edward Said. These are not bad, I am not saying, but these are visible. Research paper, your research paper also should attempt to make visible what is invisible, especially in humanities, also in science. But if you follow me, and if you now think, you will see that most of the things are like that. Suffering of women in Kamla Das. So Dalit aesthetics in Namdev Dhasar. So the obvious thing we take, and then so this is in our research code, we call it actually opportunism. So how to undo it? For example, you try to focus on, say, man's space in Anita Desai. That will be a very interesting one. Now, men's studies are very important for last 20 years or now. So that is not something obvious in Anita Desai. People do not talk about it. So representation of man in Anita Desai will be a more interesting research topic than representation of women, which is a very obvious thing. Or following deconstruction, we can talk about, say, for example, Edward Said, the example of Said I have given, say, instead of focusing on Orientalism or Palestine, which are obviously there, Said's approach to Bible. He has said a lot of things about the Bible. In the beginnings, for example, is one of his texts. So uncovering what is not there is very important. Otherwise, we make a summary of available things only. Then objectivity and subjectivity. Yes, this is a very problematic field in literary research, because on the one hand we are saying that we should not eulogize, we should be fully objective, etc., etc. On the other hand, we have to, we are like saying that there is a subjective dimension also. That is actually, that has to be negotiated. Why I'm telling? Because in science, etc., where do they do their research? In their research lab. What is our research lab? In humanities, the thesis itself is a research laboratory. Whatever we do, plus minus equation, everything is there in our thesis. So that brings me to another important point which often people ask: size of research paper in humanities. In science, it doesn't matter. So what should be the size of MPhil, or what should be the size of PhD? Does size matter at all? And ideally, we say, ideally, that no, size doesn't matter. If you do good research, even 40 pages will do. It is often cited that our senior professor of Pune University, he was not there when I was there, Rajiv Patke. So Patke's thesis is only 40 pages, it is said. But that is an exception. Exceptions do not make rule. Actually, that is an exception. He did a very good work, which is there in USA on 40 pages. But for general students, for all of us, actually, there must be in humanities a tentative size. The prescription that is given by American people is by words. 30 to 40,000 words or 20 to 30 for master's dissertation or MPhil, and generally about 60 to 80,000 words for PhD, generally about 60 to 80,000 words. So accordingly, you have to customize your writing there. To what part you will have quotations, because research paper, another difference between book and research paper is that whatever you say must be substantiated by evidence, by quote. That is the difference between a journalistic writing, newspaper writing. If you write an article on the Times of India, you may say anything about Shakespeare or Dickens. You are not bound to give quote also. But in research paper, whatever you say about Dickens, you have to quote. And then your proposition also, suppose if you want to say that Dickens was a great humanist, suppose it is their example, you have to use at least 50 to 60 quotes throughout from Dickens's writings, and say on an average 20 to 30 from critics saying, to establish your point. You cannot just on your own say that Dickens was a humanist. That you can do in a newspaper writing or kind of magazine writing. So that is the difference between research writing and other things. And finally, another thing I wanted to say is that it is not that you have to agree with the existing body of research. Mostly what we do is, I myself am not free from the system, I'm learning, we do not survey the literature openly. Suppose I am working on Dickens and want to establish Dickens as a humanist writer, very important this point, we choose very intelligently only those authors or critics who support Dickens, and then gradually easily come to our conclusion. No, we should also focus on critics who are against this view of Dickens, and then we can come to our conclusion in a research. That will be proper research. So these number of critics are saying Dickens was humanist, these are saying Dickens was not, because today we know Dickens was a racist. It has been found out. Even if you search Wikipedia, you'll find Dickens had said that the entire Orientals should be wiped out as a race. He had share in East India Company. So full rule of company and exploitation was going on in India. Dickens was silent, being a shareholder. But he was unhappy with the chimney sweeper's plight in England. So that means Dickens was not a great humanist. He was a white humanist, we can say. Or he was a humanist to the extent Europe is concerned. Just very recently, the ugly face of racism we saw in America, in spite of this was very unfortunate. Anyway, so if you work on, say, this is an example, Dickens as a humanist is a dated topic now, but for example, if you want to, then you have to take the prominent critical views both for and against Dickens. And then you have to show that my view is this. I am with this party or this party because these are the further reasons I found out. So this view is correct. And then, as Madam has said, obviously, one thing, even after you write that, it is not a final work on Dickens. That is the beauty of, I will not say research, but research in humanities. It is not possible so much, say in science, etc. As I gave the example of uranium in Pandharpur, if it is not found, it is not that. It is not that another research will find it out most likely. But in humanities, the same text can be used again and again in literature, and different conclusions may be drawn, but all must be based on evidence. So first of all, we have to be very sure about what you are going to do, choose the topic, and then what you are exactly going to achieve. And then, as Nikam sir had pointed out, thesis statement is very important. Thesis statement exactly is not your thesis. We often confuse between thesis, the book, and thesis, which is a shortened form of hypothesis actually. That is in your own language, say Marathi or Assamese or Hindi, you can tell yourself that what I am going to do here in one sentence specifically, or at the most two, that this is my basic guiding light. That this is in one line hypothesis, say for example, that there was a strong, very strong influence of, say, we can say Karl Marx in the writings of Raymond Williams. I am going to show that that will be your, in a way, thesis statement. And stick to whatever study of Raymond Williams, Karl Marx, and all you do, that should be in your mind that finally you have to establish it or you have to debunk it. So that is the importance of the thesis statement. Generally, this is quite, we are asked to write a hypothesis, etc. And our students, and we also say, paragraph wise, huge hypothesis we write, but finally if you ask, many students will not be able to tell what exactly he is trying to do there. So the students, you may ask yourself that what am I exactly going to do here? Obviously one thing is I am going to get the degree, PhD degree, that is important, or MPhil degree, but it will come. But apart from that, what is the thing that you are going to achieve through your writing? Will you be able to contribute meaningfully to the existing body of knowledge in the field? Then the journey is worth taking. That is the thing, I think. Then is there any specific query or something, or comment or addition? Some audience, if they have some question.
Hello, sir. Audience, participants are requested to put their questions on your email,
Okay, sir.
and
I,
they will ask you their queries on your email. They will send it to you, and we will provide them with your email IDs.
okay, sir. You can give WhatsApp number also.
This is only for convenience of the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, how much time do I have, or it is over?
It's 30 minutes, sir.
Pardon?
30. You have to finish within 30 minutes, sir.
Within 30 minutes,
30.
30.
30.
Okay, very nice. So first of, then we come to an
Yes.
yeah. Then I come to a second area of importance in addition, since there is time. Second area of importance is relating English studies to our Indian situation. What kind of topics will be better for research today? Coming to practical example. One thing is, already I have said that do not work on what is available and all that, that is different. But as you know, the importance of the, today what has become very important is culture, the importance of the study of culture along with literature. Gradually, English departments are turning into departments of cultural studies, whether we like it or not. There are two sides to it also, of course. One is, it started abroad with Raymond Williams, Stuart Hall, and others. They had excess of literature, so they were turning into culture. In India, it has two sides. One is that some are genuinely interested in cultural studies, they are going, but another side is also there which promotes opportunism, that we choose a cultural studies topic because you don't have to do survey of literature much. There is no existing body of literature in a particular area, so you take that. That is a very important thing again. So what happens in the bargain is that in the second case, you basically miss out on a huge chunk of research protocol. How to survey the existing body of literature, that is almost not there. So whatever you write becomes an important thing. So in this regard, what I wanted to say is that till MPhil and even PhD, I am basically in favor of, so far as English studies are concerned, basically in favor of text-based research. There may be in addition cultural aspect, performance, etc., but that should not be replacing text-based research, because finally, due to certain compulsions in India, it is highly unlikely that 90% of our research scholars will be, researchers all their life. 10% maybe, but the rest 90% will be teachers in English departments or Marathi departments. So there, the majority of the job that you have to do is you have to teach texts by, say, mostly British authors or Indian authors. So if you do not do a PhD on an author or text, then actually it doesn't add to your uh, conveniences in that regard. So for the young researchers, I will advise that in India, even till for next 10 years to come, at least the till PhD, you try to do a major text-based research or author-based research or text plus performance. Drama is a good area where you can work on text and performance simultaneously. Then as Madam had said, and Madam, I think, that PhD is the beginning of your research, not the end of your research. So after completing your PhD, you do some postdoc and all and diversify. But the grooming, it is better to have in textual research. Now here comes the perspective of the importance of bicultural reading. Now I increasingly feel we are in India, and currently there is a surge in India-centric approaches. I am aware how undergraduate syllabus also has been changed, even in English, BA English syllabus. The very first paper talks about texts like Shakuntala, the Mahabharata, which I think should have been the last paper, not the first paper. But anyway, importance of India is coming in a huge way. So being in India and then working only on core, only English issues or thing which may not have very good relevance for India, may be a bit problematic for future students. Of course, if you do a very good work, fine work on any British or American author, will be globally recognized. But generally, for the justification of your thing or for the kind of getting funds, etc., where we are lacking, actually, often there is a problem that English departments find it difficult to get fundings from different funding agencies, because Indian funding agencies want our works to be based on Indian issues, local issues. So why should Indian agencies, fund a project which wants to survey whether Dryden was a Tory or a Whig, what he actually was? That actually doesn't help our situation in a substantial way. So the best way is, I think, to take a comparative dimension, comparative literature. Choose two texts, I mean, two authors, one Indian and one European, and then you can make a comparison. That way you can have a bicultural validity. That will help you to get funding from Indian sources also. In this regard, I remember our teacher, Professor Raj Rao of Pune University, in a way was very farsighted. Uh, his PhD, so far as I remember, was on the comparison between Walt Whitman and Rabindranath Tagore from Iowa, long back, in the 70s, I feel. So a bicultural perspective. Now, bicultural perspective also does not mean that research has to be predictable. It is not like we do in school geography that on the one side we write South Indian rivers and the other side North Indian river. They have this, they have not, they have this, they have not. This is not the thing. This is not about differences only or similarities only. We have to show how these texts can, in an intertextual way, mutually reinforce each other's themes, concerns, differences of similar areas. Now, a very upcoming area, which I am going to share with you if you want to take this up, is in post-colonial theory. What we have been doing all the while is that we have been discussing theories of people who are very contemporary and who are based in Europe. That has been an allegation. Gayatri Spivak, Ranojit Guha, all these people, Dipesh Chakraborty, even Edward Said. But what about the entire body of anti-colonial writing from India, which had existed at least till the since the time of Raja Ram Mohan Rai? There, Calcutta was a very important center, and in Maharashtra, Pune was the other very important cultural center of British India. So we have there people like Jyotiba Phule also, then B.R. Ambedkar, and then even V.D. Savarkar for research. So they all had expressed their views. Gandhi had expressed, Nehru, even Subhash. This kind of people had expressed a huge, they had made an influential body of research or response, not research, a body of response to European colonialism. But if you read the texts of post-colonial theory mostly, you will not find any reference to this incomparable body of research, response to colonialism that had come from India in our previous generation. That is a huge gap. So you can take some of them up and study from post-colonial point of view. Only two books I am aware have mentioned it to some extent. One is, that is, R.J.C. Young's Post-Colonialism and Historical Introduction. There he has taken some of the responses from India, and another is Leela Gandhi's Post-Colonial Theory, Critical Introduction. Only person accepted there is Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, for studying along with Said, Fanon and others. But what about Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, or Swami Vivekananda, for example, or Gokhale, Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji. So all these persons were very important figures of anti-colonial struggle, and if not anti-colonial, in a way they tried to negotiate the protocols of transaction between India and Britain. Tilak, for instance, Bal Gangadhar Tilak is one of the progenitors of the Aryan theory, very important progenitors. They are Bal Gangadhar Tilak and in Bengal, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, the Aryan rise, the rise in the theory of the Aryan. So put them together and then pit them against the contemporary theories of Aryan invasion, whether it actually took place, whether it did not take place. So this kind of researches are also important. So this is a very important area which has not been taken up by my field, that is post-colonial studies, in a substantial way. There are works on them, on Bal Gangadhar Tilak, on Vivekananda, etc. That is not that I am saying. Many works on them, but proper researches from post-colonial point of view, taking them also as post-colonial theories, that is important. Now, that relates me, or I mean, inspires me to bring before you another important aspect of confusion in post-colonialism. One is that this is because today, we live in a post-colonial world. Whatever other mode of reading you follow, willy-nilly we are post-colonial. Now, after colonialism. Now, post-colonial at the same time also does not mean anti-colonial actually. It may mean anti, it may sometimes mean pro also. So post-colonialism basically is a kind of balanced textual and thematic engagement with the protocols of colonialism and its aftermath. That we have to keep in mind. So recently, I had given one topic, try to understand practical research. Now, V.S. Naipaul's The Mimic Man as a post-colonial text. So there was a bit confusion amongst a few students or a student. They asked me that whether we'll write it from the point of view of V.S. Naipaul as a post-colonial critic. I said no. V.S. Naipaul exactly is not a post-colonial critic, and the text, The Mimic Man, when it was written, post-colonial theory as such did not exist. It's a matter of 80s. And The Mimic Man was written somewhere in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. But it is possible to study the text from post-colonial point of view because almost all the thematic concerns that post-colonialism has are well reflected in the text. You know, theory is a generalized summary, generalized critical summary of incidents, situations, feelings that have already existed. It cannot come from a vacuum. So sometimes we have confusion. This is a very important aspect of research. Or in the beginning, when I joined the university, I started teaching The Tempest. And my favorite topic then was The Tempest as a post-colonial text. Then again, there was a confusion between many. Now, how can Tempest be a post-colonial text? Shakespeare, say, died in 1616, and post-colonialism started in 1978 with Edward Said's Orientalism, if not before that. So how can Tempest be a post-colonial text? I said, you see, two things we have to remember here. First of all, post-colonialism is also enriched by the insight of post-structuralism, that a text is basically an open entity. You need not go back to the author or author's mind for reading the text. Whether Shakespeare was a post-colonialist or what he had in mind, it is not important. It is not also only post-structuralism. It was started with Wimsatt and Beardsley's intentional fallacy, that it is a fallacy to read a text with the intention of finding out what the author meant to do. We do not have the author, we have the text only. So we can read it as we like based on evidence from the text. So first thing is that. Secondly, you see, if we are slightly aware, even technically also, it is not that Shakespeare was not post-colonial. Because as you know, colonial used to basically mean after colonialism, which became almost synonymous with after independence. This is the meaning that we associate to this term in political science in other departments, but not in the audience, that is in India. So he was very much a part of this. And a few years later, I think in 1609, 1609, there was a kind of accident in the Bermuda where many people lost their lives and were missing. So Shakespeare took the idea and wrote The Tempest. So I think now I have, my time is up. It was slightly a bit unorganized maybe, but gradually I think you can, or you please contact me over my WhatsApp. It is better. So kindly give them my WhatsApp. I'm more comfortable with that. Then we'll conclude. And thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir, for paving the best way to research methodology, this e-conference. Thank you very much, sir. Questions on your email and WhatsApp. I request Professor Dr. Samadhan Mane to express your views on Honorable Chakravarti sir's speech.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
You are audible, sir.
Yes. So, thank you, sir. At the outset, I must congratulate Dr. Jaideep Chakravarti, sir, for his scholarly presentation Though he said that it was a little bit unorganized, it was not, sir. It was a nice presentation, well organized, and I am sure that this must be the opinion of all the viewers right now who are watching live stream on YouTube. You started with choosing a research topic and ended with a kind of discussion in colonialism and post-colonialism. So it was a nice presentation, sir. Very practical kind of things you touched today. It was not only ideal kind, right from the choosing of topic, how it should be genuine. Sir, I also have observed research students coming to the research supervisor, asking them to give a nice topic for research. So as you have rightly pointed out, a topic should come from the research scholar himself. It should belong to his area of interest. It should not be provided by anybody else. Then and then only it becomes a topic of his own research. Actually, no topic of research is good or bad. It's a topic,
Yes.
and that must come from within the research scholar. You talked about a number of technical things which are necessary to be known by the candidates while carried out research. You talked about hypothesis. You talked about how it is important to see whether the resources are available or not before you finalize your topic. Even before you consult with your research supervisor, it's your duty that you have to read books related to your area of interest so that it becomes very much clear to you as a research scholar that your topic is very much appropriate and you have resources available nowadays. Due to Google and all those things, there is no limitations to research. But at this point also, the issue of authenticity comes when it comes to online resources. So as you have mentioned names of libraries in India, the importance of libraries is still there, sir, I think, in amid these online resources. Books cannot be replaced, as teachers also cannot be replaced in this particular era of technological advancement. You also talked about, yes, this point I liked very much, that we eulogize a number of things, and if we eulogize a particular writer or particular figures in literature, the result of such kind of research is biased. And you talked about subjective kind of research also. So it becomes subjective research. Actually, research should be objective. I liked those things from your presentation, sir. You talked about citations, you talked about style sheets on all those things. At this juncture, sir, I remember one comment made by Dr. Ashok Thorat. You must be knowing as you have completed your, PG from Pune. And I associate myself with you in this respect that I also have completed my PG from Pune University. Yeah. So Dr. Ashok Thorat once said in one international event that it's not a research in citation methods or style sheet. It's a research that is related to your research topic. So you have to focus on the research topic, and while citing the references and while using a style sheet, only one thing you have to remember, that there should be uniformity. You should not mix two or more modes of references, styles of references. So you talked about this also. One very important issue you talked about in your presentation is grammatical correctness, and that is nowadays. As soon as the students complete their post graduation, they are in search of a guide and a research topic. So they want to get PhD. I don't think they want to carry out any kind of research. Yeah, I also I agree that there are a lot of good researchers also, and every topic is not only meant for PhD. There are people who carry out genuine research, as you have pointed out. However, nowadays, there are a number of people who look at PhD or research as a qualification or as a degree in order to achieve something. So at this particular point, you have talked about even professional approach also while talking, while you were talking about research. So there should be professional approach. Perspective should be broad when a particular candidate starts with his research, and research should be genuine kind of activity. So I congratulate you, sir. You gave a very nice presentation. I thank the organizer, Principal Dr. Paricharak sir, and the convener, Dr. Bandhu Kamble sir, and his team for giving me an opportunity to share this online platform with stalwarts like Jagdeep Chakravarti, Sudhir Nikam sir, and all other dignitaries who are present here. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kamble sir.
Thank you, Mani sir.
Welcome.
Now it's time to invite Honorable Dr. Alka Singh to deliver her lecture, and her topic is researchers in humanities, insights from English literature and culture. And I request Dr. Alka Singh Madam to deliver her lecture, and time allotted to her is only 30 minutes, ma'am, please. And this session will be chaired by sir. This session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Samadhan Mane. I request you to continue to chair this session, please.
Once again.
Once again, please. I request you. Hello. Introduction of Dr. Alka Singh ma'am will be given by Professor Dope. I request Professor Dope to introduce Dr. Alka Singh ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Kuberu Dope. Welcome. It's my great pleasure to introduce the speaker and chairperson of the second session. The speaker of our second session is Dr. Alka Singh. Alka Singh is a poet, essayist, and award-winning author. She is assistant professor of English at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University, Lucknow. Her areas of teaching are research, ESP, and language. She has published in reputed journals. Her books include Postmodernism, Issues in Canadian Literature, Women Empowerment. She contributed scholarly essays to many encyclopedias like Pop Culture and others. She broadcasts radio talks on socio-cultural issues. She has been member of editorial board of English Matters, a journal. She is a member of Curriculum Development Committee, Secondary Education, Uttar Pradesh. She has developed and designed syllabus of English for Law University. She worked as a chairperson and a member of many committees. She is a life member of the Association for English Studies of India. She has been a nodal officer representing Ram Manohar Lohia University. She is a coordinator of many workshops, seminars. Recently, she works as a media spokesperson. She is a recipient of 6 awards for women's cause. We are all very lucky to hear such an versatile and award-winning personality, Dr. Alka Singh.
Hello, ma'am.
Can you listen me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Continue, ma'am. You are audible,
Okay,
ma'am.
fine. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for so cordially introducing me. Thank you once again, and I extend my heartiest greetings to Professor Dr. D.S. Paricharak, Principal of the college, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, who has been addressing the theme, concept, and the relevance of the topic as a keynote speaker. I really enjoyed the session, and I really felt it very relevant to find Professor Sudhir Nikam as one of the choicest keynote speaker for the e-conference organized by the prestigious institution here. And I also extend heartiest greetings. Very good afternoon, Dr. Jaideep Chakrabarti sir, Dr. Shrikant Mohan Rao ji, Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia ji, Dr. Kamble, who is the convener, who is doing all sort of efforts to coordinate people, scholars, and I heartiest welcome to all the scholars, stakeholders, students, who have been, found it relevant, who are giving patient hearing, and of course, a listening session or being the active listeners towards making of the e-conference today. Thank you so much, and kindly accept my greetings, heartiest greetings from Uttar Pradesh. As was introduced by the organizers, who have been so visionary in managing the kind of the topic which is so crucial, so pertinent, so relevant in finding the kind of the continuous efforts towards realizing vision and mission of nurturing living, inquiring and discerning, the creativity, the understanding, the relevance of interpretation, the relevance of reading literature, specifically taking all kinds of appropriate measures that should be put up in its right place, in a right time, set of framework, so that an innovative and a balanced kind of the curriculum, a balanced kind of the professionalism, the pursuit of the personal growth, and the aestheticism which is involved with the study of literature, the appreciation, the kind of the positive look we are required, we are expected to bring out of the insights, out of the flares, out of the flavors, out of the tones, out of the criticism, out of the various outlooks that we might be in a position to impart to the study of literature across, while deliberating on a topic which says and which talks about the researches or research methodology, or making choices for the topic, or say taking the insights from the other relevant disciplines to make it more so rich and an informed study to take up for the purposes of its significance. And I can see the kind of the good study habits, moral values, the reflective ability of an individual, the reflective ability of the groups, the self-discipline kind of the environment which is being created even in a crisis situation. As of now, the entire country and the world across is under a chaos, under a kind of a crisis situation, which is actually very suffocating. It is fearsome. It has a kind of a lot of challenges and prospects to look for, to sustain, and to bring criticism towards the life. So while looking at the kind of the prospects, while looking at the kind of the challenges that the literary studies are facing, while looking at the kind of the interdisciplinarity approach that the people have adopted towards understanding literature, towards finding literature as one of the important tools and the methodologies to understand the life itself when it comes to art for the life's sake. So there is one perspective, of course, where we say art for the art's sake and art for the life's sake. So taking those basic learning skills into consideration, taking the literacy skills into consideration, taking the numeracy, the numerology, the thinking, the IT skills, and of course the respecting opinions of the others, taking into account our own responsibility of learning from others' approaches and then implementing it, plotting it as part of the studies and the approaches towards understanding literature are some of the very important and relevant insights that brings the researchers in English studies, that brings the researchers in humanities towards a broader and a bigger enterprise, a bigger business for the students of literature, language, and the students who are coming into the disciplines of English studies, taking recourse towards it as part of the, as part of the deficiency they may have fallen off or have come across or may have come across out of the scarcity that they have faced, out of the crisis situations that they have faced. And so there have been a lot of revolutionary dimensions that the researchers, the academicians, the learned professors, teachers, students, and people in general across have looked at the study of literature. And so I congratulate the organizers, the organizing team, the esteemed colleagues of the college, professors, the teachers, the keynote addresser. That these pivotal, thought-provoking ideas have been very inspiring and very elevating in understanding that how literature embraces a wide array of perspectives. For instance, we have an intake of all kinds of the thought processes, right from the linguistics, anthropology, sociology, literature, of course, and then we also have the intakes of the scientific facts and opinions from the field of the science, management, business, and to speak of more trendy disciplines like music, art, architecture, films. And when we come across the videos and the films like Vanessa Bancroft, you see you have an entirely new vision and understanding to look at the aestheticism which is related with the study of literature, and therefore it becomes all the more very, very important to understand that the reference to the meaning of a work of literature is not sufficient. Just by referring and understanding what a literature is and what kind of literature you are holding in your hand is not sufficient, or better to say in a layman's word, that what a literature is, or how a literature is, or whether it delights your mind, it gives pleasure, there is an aestheticism involved with it, there are the features in literature that delights you, that brings you up with your heart and mind towards the transcendence of something else, some other worlds, where you realize some other kind of new vision. And even then, I would say that that is not sufficient. You see, a researcher is actually also needed to reveal what literature can mean. So that is very important, that what literature ought to mean and what literature can mean. You see, if you look at the broader, the world of the literary theories, that has provided, immense opportunities, that has, the literary theories have provided us different and varied windows to look at the literature for the various purposes, for the various, meanings that it has, or that it can, that can be brought about to contribute to the various social structures in the society, or to bring more dimensions to the structures in the society that are already there. So perhaps a researcher in the current scenario, the researcher perhaps after 1970s, if we look at the growing trend of the perspectives and the array, the corpus set of ideas that literature has thrown before the students, teachers, faculty, and of course any stakeholder, that perhaps is required, there is a need to find out underlying principles, and that is to say more appropriately in terms of research methodology, you may say, of course, tools, the strategies by which one can attempt to understand literature. That widely is, this has been responsible for a very different kind of critical activity. Say, for example, the recent interpretation, the recent understanding of Article 15, if we look at the Constitution of India. So that is what I'm trying to say, that there are two perspectives involved, where one can opt where one can attempt to go and understand what literature literally means, what a text literally means, or trying to establish the reference of the meaning of a work which we take as a literature, and what literature can mean. So there are two entirely different dimensions that is being looked forward to, specifically in the current scenario when we are talking about a topic which perhaps for some more time, if we look back during our classroom teachings, during our discussions and debates, the kind of the professional dialogues that were on the platform, it was a part of choices of the topic from the different phases of the literature, the activities that have happened in the histories, the methodologies, the stories that are being narrated and that were the part of the emergence of a particular text. So it is a text which is very important. It is the numeracy which is related with the text which is very important. It is the ability to understand the competent brain behind the working analysis, of the author or the reader who takes a course to become the author when is reinterpreting the text as part of the researchers in humanities. So when we say researches in humanities, when we talk of the various insights in the current scenario, we find that there have been a growing flair for the different approaches, for the different tools and the methodologies that one can attempt to understand literature. Yes, I was quoting the example of Article 15. You see, the recent judgment, perhaps if I remember correctly, it was perhaps in April 2016, when Supreme Court of India, when Honorable Supreme Court of India declared the understanding of equality, the understanding of the respect for the humanity, or the respect for the humanism in its very ground. So it is about the discrimination, it is about the gender, it is about the race, it is about the structures, it is about the constructs that has a lot of role in conditioning a text and therefore an author, of course. And the recent judgment is perhaps a better understanding of what literature can do to bring an actual change in the society. And this example proves absolutely very important and adds a very rich insights to the development of to the development of the insights that are that have been responsible to dimensionalize the research prospects as part of English literature, as part of the researchers in humanities. You see, in fact, I would quote from that very judgment. It is I am taking this reference from Live Mint, where honorable judges Justice K.S. Radhakrishnan and A.K. Sikri in their ruling stated that transgenders are also citizens of India. The spirit of the Constitution is to provide equal opportunity to every citizen to grow and attain their potential, irrespective of caste, religion, or gender. So that is how there is a different insight that we get before we choose and prioritize, to opt and approach in order to look at the text. So it is very important that how do we condition our mind before prioritizing or before making choices of the methods, choices of the readings, choices of the smart and the genuine resources that can enlighten the the heart and mind to opt for the insights that can be helpful in adding to the new insights, adding to the knowledge in its broader sense of the term, to speak of what literature can mean. So that is what I wanted to deliberate on. That is why I said that just the reference to the meaning of a work of literature is not sufficient. A researcher is also needed to reveal that what literature can mean, and that is so evident, that is so visible in the different kinds of the critical activity that are taking place. And you see here in the verdict itself is stated in the Honorable Supreme Court of India judgment, it is reinterpreted in terms when it came on the fora, on the different fora, to understand that there have been immense quotation that were very supportive of what the verdict stated on the part when it spoke about the concept of the equality. And it says that equality not only implies preventing discrimination, but goes beyond in remedying discrimination against a group suffering systematic discrimination in society. So in concrete terms, it means embracing the notion of positive rights, affirmative actions, and reasonable accommodation. So the recognition of transgender as a third gender is not a social or a medical issue, but a human rights issue. So what exactly you get an insight from the kind of the verdict we read as a reinterpretation or an understanding of Article 15 of the Constitution of India is that there in English literature or literature in broader sense of the term have opened vast vistas of horizons and windows to ingrain and to take in its variable, in its approaches, even the human rights perspective, human rights issues, and the related ones, which are very important to broaden the horizon of the critical inquiry, the inquisitiveness which is required as a very primary and integral part of the term itself when we say research, or the term research specifically. So it becomes all the more very important to understand the relationship between author and work, the significance of race, class, or gender for the purposes of the literary studies, because they have been very crucial, very pivotal in dimensionalizing the offers that it has given to the scholars, to the researchers who have developed, with the passage of time and again, various approaches or various new approaches and studies, various new methodologies, or say the slicing or the mixing of the methodologies for understanding the role of the historical context, the role of the mythology, the role of the breaking conventions that has imparted a new understanding of the term interpretation, specifically when it comes to the relevance of linguistic perspective, or when it comes to the unconscious realization of the text. And that is how well Derrida's puts up in our grammatology, that there is nothing outside the text. I remember one very important, Greek philosopher who said that when it comes to talk and discuss about the researchers in humanities, I often remember this philosopher Epictetus, who said that you do not try to be understood by the people. It is not very important for you as a researcher to be understood by the people, but you should try not to be misunderstood. Not to be misunderstood, that is a very important perspective, and which I really embrace as part of the interdisciplinary dimensions and the revolutions that it has brought up to the studies of English literature in particular and humanities in general. So when it comes to the history and the evolution of the different genres, for instance, the narratives, the dramatic ones, the lyrics, behind choosing of the tones and the phraseology, the wordings, the play, the difference, all sort of these variables that are very pivotal in understanding the linguistic perspective of the text which is before a researcher. So it becomes all the more very important for a researcher to understand the long history, the evolution of the narrative, the dramatics, the novel, the short story, of course, is not to be forgotten far. And therefore it is about the text. Therefore it is about a text which is more sort of a product of culture, product of a culture, rather than an individual author's enterprise, rather than an intellectual appeal that one has towards the towards rereading or understanding a text. Or in turn, we can also say that how those texts help to create the culture. So that is very important. That is one is the text itself is a product of culture, and then how you are going to contribute to the furtherance of the cultural inquiry, cultural conditioning of the furtherance of the text to be generated by you, by stakeholders, by the academicians, and for the purpose, of course, by your researcher. So that becomes very pertinent and very relevant when we try to understand the term text as part of the researches in humanities, as part of the researches in English literature. So, as I said, that literary theories, specifically post 1960s, have exasperated the world of thoughts, exasperated the kind of the dimensions, the approaches, the ways one can experiment with the text beyond the understanding the relationship that exists between the author and the work, between the work and the reader, and then again the rereading culture of the text that in Roland Barthes terms better is described as the death of the author. So that is also an important perspective which I would like to put up as one of the important ingredients when we try to understand the term researchers in English literature and researchers in humanities. So if we broadly, or if we concisely put all these studies, if we concisely put in one or two sentences, we may say that it has, the researchers in humanities, researchers in English literature has transformed itself into a more appropriate term of contemporary relevance as cultural theory, as the culture, which is very important. And as I said, that it embraces a wide array of perspectives, right from the media studies, social criticism, anthropology, literary theory, literary criticism. Then you see the pop culture, we have the advertising, publishing industry, television, the technological revolution, computers and internet, as John Baudrillard researches on Sanilkara says that it is also very important to understand the media generated spectacles before us that perhaps blurs the genre, blurs the understanding of the the realistic situation, the real, which what is real and what is virtual, and how is the reality differentiated from the virtual which is before you, and how that has a role again to dimensionalize the researches in humanities. And similar are the various experimentation that have been done as part of the various other literary theories before 1960s, which have been very crucial. Say, for instance, if one has to talk about the unity in Oedipus the King, one would obviously call into attention, call into discussion, and bring or would bring an understanding of the Aristotle poetics. Say, if one has to attempt a topic, or one has to go for the choices of the relevance of understanding heart of darkness, would of course be tempted to understand the post-colonialism, as Professor Jaideep Chakrabarty rightly points it out in his lecture, that how some of the variables are automatically looked for, and then how you distinguish it to bring the noviceness in your title, and how then the title is a new out of already defined established genres, which perhaps is associated with the choices of the text from a particular phase. A researcher might say that the Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad fails to do the kind of the humanity related to the context of the post-colonial understanding. Similarly, when we look back at the literatures like say William S. Burroughs' Naked Lunch. If you take the example of Naked Lunch, you will see the writer has experimented to challenge the all sorts of the modern notion. The modern medicine is challenged. The modern establishments are challenged. Everything which is modern, that is, which was tried to make it a new sort of ideology, that has been challenged in the Naked Lunch by William Burroughs. And similarly, there have been a lot of very exciting and enthusiastic examples that tell us that how rich the insights in humanities and insights in literature can be for the better prospects and the researches in English literature to better come out with something that has a relevance for the life as well, that has a relevance to bring the criticism and sustenance to the life as well. And look at the John Fowles, the French lieutenant woman. Fowles, he jumped out of the main narratives to establish a dialogue, a conversation, a talk with the readers. And there is an entirely new kind of the narrative you come across, and you say, wow, what is this? What kind of experimentation is this? And you are just wow about it. And you feel like doing something, you're inspired, you are elevated to find something new and relevant that has the that perhaps Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, one of the psychologists from Hungary, defines in the technical term called flow, when he says that how it is the act, it is even the celebration of act of disseminating something that can be a treat to the readers, and of course to dimensionalize the understanding of the readings that comes out of the insights of literature. So if we look, if we look at the kind of the insights, the kind of the approaches, the methodologies, the strategies that have been looked for by the established authors, writers, academicians who have been doing wonderful in coming up with the text, with the literature that have a lot of prospects for the further researches and implications that have role in the policy making, that have role in the social constructs, that have a role in dimensionalizing the narratives that we have, that we have in the society, of course, for the purposes of the humanities as well. Because if we try to understand the purpose of a research, the very basic purpose of a research, I would rather say that any research that we do should have a relevance, should have significance. And how do we define the relevance? How do we define the significance? When it comes to that part, I would better say that it should contribute, it should do something to the growth of mankind, something to the something to construct a better ladder to the various institutions, various establishment that narrates a better story for a better life. So that is how the literature can be seen to be to have more sort of insights than apart from the traditional and the canonized insight that it has already given, and we as part of the classroom teaching and discourses have been attached to understand the long history associated with the development of the English literature in particular, and of course the other experimentation of the social construct, the experimentation with the aestheticism, the experimentation with the happiness which is associated with the literature, the consolence, the calm, the contemplation, the worth of contemplating the variables in life, the events in life that furthers the dimensions of the realistic situation in life becomes very relevant. If we look seriously, we find that researchers in English literature, or perhaps researchers in humanities, it arose self-consciously in the 80s, perhaps, to provide a means of analysis of the rapidly expanding and growing global culture industry that includes entertainment, advertising, publishing, televisions, films, computers, and internet. So if we look at all those sorts of the disciplines, we find that it brings scrutiny not only to the varied categories of the making of the culture that we are a part of today, and also not only the decreasing margins of the difference, why I am saying, because others were already there previously also. There is this concept of otherization in literature, where a lot of researches have been done post 1980s. But if you see that the concept of other, even in the modernism, it was already there. If you look at the various some of the landmark text of the modernism, you see that the concept of other was already there, though it was silenced with the certain strategic manners that the authors perhaps have conditioned themselves to come up and bring out a text for the working analysis to be done or to be expected by the future generations. So it brings the scrutiny not only to varied categories of culture, or not only to the decreasing margins of difference between these realms of expression, but I would say just as importantly to the politics and ideology that make contemporary culture possible. So in fact, it became notorious. I would say that the researchers became more notorious in the 90s, perhaps, for the emphasis on pop music, pop icons, music men, music people, music videos, in place of the canonical literature, and extend the ideas. There have been a lot of extension of the ideas that were previously celebrated and enjoyed by the Frankfurt school of thoughts. Now, to simplify more sort of, more sort of these structure for a layman's purpose, or for a student who has just begin to understand the research prospects in humanities, I would rather say that the Marxist ideology of the base and superstructure has that has gained wide spectrum with the passage of time, and lot of inputs have been added from the feminist theories and from the postmodern theories that have been truly responsible for this kind of the transition, right from a truly popular culture to mass culture in late capitalist society, that emphasizes the significance of the patterns of consumption of cultural artifacts. A very good research can also be done on the food habits of the people. So the kind of the characters, they are immersed into the kind of the food, they or the availability of the resources of the food they have, and perhaps that can open again an opportunity to the researchers, to academicians, to understand the kind of the enterprise they may be required to understand the characterization, to understand a text before them. So when it comes to the interdisciplinarity, or I would better say anti-disciplinary nature, and the prospects of developing moral values, or reflectivity, or reflexive ability, and the basic learning skills, then I would say it is actually the importance of novelty, importance of the best moments of the morality and the ethics that becomes the part of the celebration of the research prospects in humanities in general, and English literature in particular. So it is very important to understand the difference of the difference that lies between an individual life and the social life. For instance, you see, since I started my lecture with the understanding of, with understanding that what literature can mean. So this, and how this has been responsible for, for bringing out the different kind of the critical inquiry that has dimensionalized the various social constructs in society. And I have been, I therefore resorted all these sorts of thought to be more precise in terms of the judgments that we have from the Honorable Supreme Court of India as far as the relevance and understanding of Article 15 is concerned. Similarly, you see the judgment on 370, recent judgment on 370. If we look at the recent judgment on 370, that again, opens a wide vistas of understanding the social constructs that we have in the society, the people that we have in the society, the readers who are reading the text that is thrown as part of the politics of the representation, or we may also say that these texts are the part of the politics and the ideology, or the critical nature that its self-reflexivity is associated with. Similarly, when it comes to the interdisciplinarity, this becomes very relevant for me to quote Richard Posner's understanding that how new insights, for instance, understanding the literary inputs for the purposes of dimensionalizing or widening the scope and understanding of the law in society is very important, because you see, the law is for the people. People are not for the law. We are not made for the law. The law is made for us. And when law is made, for what kind of laws do we actually need to to realize the worth of humanities, to realize the existence of mankind, to understand that how and what kind of reading should be disseminated to mold and develop the ability of the critical inquiry towards a framing of the questionnaires, towards a framing of the the thesis statements when we choose to put forward proposal for a research in English literature in particular, and of course in humanities as a larger chunk of the researchers. So here Richard Posner's in his book, he writes there that the field of law and literature has grown in recent years for both institutional and substantive reasons. It has grown for both the reasons, and what is the reason for that? I would say the institutional reasons are actually very practical reasons. There are the displacement of many graduate students and even faculty also from the humanities into law, following a decline in academic job opportunities and the various kind of the expectations that people have out of the academics, especially the enterprise that is involved with the with the result and understanding of the humanities and of course literature in particular. So when we look at this perspective, the kind of the prospects, the kind of the challenges that are opened by the 21st century researchers in English studies, 21st century researchers in humanities, we find that it is around 1970 that there have been an entirely different kind of the receptivity of people to the insights and the methods that are used by the other fields, that are used by the other learners, and there are even the substantive reasons also find that it is the psychology, it is the mind of an individual which is a very pivotal role towards the social constructs, towards the say constructive feedback, towards the furtherance of the the goals that are associated with the establishment of the institution and the society or the social construct that we expect for a better living standards, for the better capability or that should be provided to human being to work out into those kind of the critical activity that shall be benefited sorry that shall benefit the human existence as larger part of, or in broader sense of the term, researchers in English studies and researchers as part of English literature. So let me come to the basics of researches, or basics of research proposal, or basics of attempting or developing or having an insight to approach a text. Why I'm saying a text? Because if I would say it is a literature, one would automatically be tempted to understand and demarcate it under the different phases of the evolution of the various genres that have defined these literature or these text. One would automatically be lured to associate some of the established variables. Say, for instance, if you're taking a literature from the modernism, you would be talking about the reasons, the logics, the claims, the rationality, the bilaterality behind the establishment of the text. If you are taking literature, say from the feminist perspective, there are certain common spaces that the feminist theories have often been, often been talking about, often been debating at. For instance, you will generally find that women are oppressed by patriarchy economically, politically, socially, psychologically, and it is the patriarchal ideology which is the primary means by which they are kept so. So I'm talking about just the common spaces. If one is taking a literature or a text from a particular phase and looking at it from an established canonized approach that one is prescribed to, or for instance, you see in every domain where they say, these are some of the common spaces I'm talking about. In every domain where patriarchy reigns, women is other. So the concept of otherization itself is very broad in this broader sense of the term. That is why I said that there have been three very important movements that the literature have come across. For instance, one was the Frankfurt Schools of Thought that talks about the Marxist ideology. Then the feminist consciousness, feminist perspective, feminist theories and criticism, and the post-1960s features from the postmodernism. So the experiments which were involved, that has opened opened before a researcher, before an academician, before a stakeholder, before a listener, to understand the corpus set of ideas that are involved, better to say, in the form of knowledge as such. So the intake from those all sort of knowledge as such, to understand that what literature can mean, perhaps gives the understanding of the importance of novelty, importance of noviceness, importance of literature for the good life, importance for a person who wants to fulfill who wants to fulfill human nature as an excellent way, or as an excellent rational activity itself. Perhaps I also find Friedrich Nietzsche very relevant when he talks about a culture that should set higher and more difficult goals than mere, you say, happiness, or when he talks about the Kasi dystopic figure. It is actually the relevance of the corpus set of ideas that are involved as such in widening the horizons which are associated with the insights that one perhaps is required to develop, and one perhaps has been developing with the passage of time, to understand the shift that has taken place from the virtues of understanding the canonical establishment, features and variables that defines a literature or the subjects in humanities, to a literature or towards a text that is more interdisciplinary in nature, or better to say antidisciplinary, opening wide vistas of experimentation for a researcher, for a teacher, for an academician to come up with the implications of the researches that shall contribute to the policy making, that shall contribute to the social construct, that shall contribute to the happy life, that shall contribute to the good life as such. I think I have been told to enjoy just 30 minutes with the learned speakers and the organizing team. Can I have 10 more minutes to continue and just come up and conclude to what I would say as far as insights are concerned?
Sorry to say, ma'am, please conclude.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Leaving more sort of, leaving lot of things in between that can be put up and enjoyed as part of the teaching pedagogies, as part of the researches and insights that can put up an additional insight to understand the canonical traditions and the breaking conventions towards the technological revolution that have been again very contributing to understand the researches in humanities. I would say that before deciding the title, it is very important for a researcher to understand the relevance of the broader perspective, broader area, and then narrowing it down to the to one particular, say, variable, or two particular variable, or say the research questionnaires that are associated or that can help a researcher to narrow it down to the subtitle of the thesis statement or of the doctoral or maybe the post-doctoral researches. Then it is also very important to collect and go through and have an overview of the literature or the corpus set of ideas from the cultural studies, from the because that has, as I said, that it is not the literary studies now. There has been a lot of transition, and it is the cultural studies that talks about the patterns, the behaviors, the association of one discipline with the other disciplines, the association of the hypothesis also, which is which itself invites a discussion of the various perspectives associated with the other disciplines into the making of the various questionnaires. And therefore one has to answer to oneself almost a dozen of questions before framing a title and narrowing it down into the subtitles. See, there have been a lot of experimentation on intertextuality. There have been a lot of experimentation on the geopardizing the various issues to compromise the creativity in literature. There have been a lot of experimentation regarding the figures of the speech that were available to us and that can be experimented at to understand the linguistic perspective of the researches in humanities. There are experimentation with the paradox, with the irony. There are experimentation with the the thought processes itself that one can always put into a part of the inquisitiveness, where all the ontological assumptions, where all the epistemological assumptions can be questioned at, to come up with better titles, to come up with better insights, to adopt all strategic man-hours as the new insight, contributing to widen the scope of understanding researches in humanities in general, and of course implementing the same in particular to English studies far and wide. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me patience hearing. Thank you organizers. Thank you all esteemed colleagues, and thank you stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for opening a wide range of insights and horizons of researches in humanities, and with the best quote of a philosopher: you do not try to be understood by the people, but not be misunderstood. Thank you, ma'am, once more for your most informative and enlightening lecture. May I now call to Dr. Samadhan sir to express your views on ma'am's lecture.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. For the second session, I thank you, Dr. Alka Singh, madam, for giving a very good presentation on research in humanities. Hello, can you hear? Hello?
Mane sir, you are audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Continue, Mane sir.
Hello?
Continue.
Yes, sir. So the things that she talked about today in her presentation are very much relevant to the topic of the webinar today. She not only talked about recent topics that can be taken by the budding researchers to carry out their research, but she talked about a number of things that a research can contribute to the society. She talked about new approaches and methodologies that can be opted out by the researchers in humanities and especially in English literature. She also talked about historical and mythological context and its role, its significance in the research nowadays. She talked about how research should be contributing to the development of the society, how research is an integral part of humanities and English literature also. The best research, as per her opinion, is a research that contributes to the development of humanity. I regret that nowadays the research, most of the research that has been carried out in humanities, gets buried into the libraries. I'm afraid, and this is a bold statement, I know, that after the research student gets degree, after carrying out a research, I'm not sure he reads his own thesis, neither his supervisor reads his thesis. So it gets buried in the library. She talked about experiments that are necessary to be made in humanities. She talked about how ethics and morality
carry out research. So I congratulate Madam once again, and I thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mani sir. And without spending a lot of time, it's time for the third session. And the well-known speaker of the third session is Honorable Dr. Srikanth Mohan Rao. May I call now Dr. Srikanth Mohan Rao,
Yes, sir.
Head, Department of English, Government, First Grade College, Manali, Bidar, Karnataka. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Ramesh Chaugule from Professor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Subcenter, Usmanabad. I request Professor Deshpande to introduce resource person Dr. Srikanth Mohan Rao. Deshpande sir, over to Deshpande sir.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to all. May I request to introduce the third session. For third session, we have Dr. Srikanth Mohan Rao, Assistant Professor and Eminent Professor, Department of English, Government First Grade College, Manhali, Bidar, Karnataka. On the behalf of the college, on the behalf of the institution, I welcome you, sir, to share your views on the Zooming platform. Well, let me acknowledge with a resource person with a brief introduction. Sir, Dr. Srikanth Mohan Rao, he has a long experience of teaching at the level of UG as well as PG. He published number of books, several articles in various journals. He felicitated with various awards. One thing about the specialty about he is interested in various research methodology. Well, again, may I introduce this session chairperson as a chairperson, Dr. Ramesh Chaugule, sir. He is a professor and head of Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Sub-Campus, Usmanabad. Dr. Ramesh Chaugule, sir, has been long experience of teaching At college level, he published various papers, articles in various journals. He published various books, and under his belt, he felicitated various awards. He felicitated with various award. He has been delivered various lecture in international and national seminars. May I request Professor Ramesh Sogule, with the permission of chairperson, to the resource person, Dr. Srikanji Mohan Rao, to share the dais and enlighten us with your valuable guidance. He selected the topic for delivering his lecture, research ethics and misconduct. Please, sir, share the platform and guide us and enlighten us. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Srikant Mohan Rao.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, sir. I have shared the screen. Is it visible over there?
Yes, it's visible. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. First of all, let me congratulate the president and the principal, Professor Paricharak sir, and convener Kamble sir, and all his team members for organizing such a wonderful webinar on fundamentals of research methodology, and serving a kind of a feast for all the participants. And I also express my gratitude to the principal, Professor Paricharak sir, and convener Kamble sir, for giving me an opportunity to be over here and share my ideas on the topic research ethics and misconduct. Till now, Dr. Alka Singh madam and Chakrabarti sir has talked extensively well on different approaches, how in what way the research can be done in humanities. But my topic is not at all related to one particular discipline. I think this is the foundation of all disciplines. The topic which I am going to deliver my talk on is research ethics and misconduct. Under misconduct, I'll be talking on three major aspects of misconduct, that is fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. But my focus will be on more on plagiarism. So let me begin this talk with a small anecdote of a great physicist, that is Richard Feynman. He's a Nobel laureate, and he's also known for a Feynman diagram. So he's mentions in his one particular book, which I have read, that is The Value of Science, where he mentions his excursion to one particular island, that is Honolulu, an American island. He goes over there and spots a monastery. And out of curiosity, he enters into that monastery, and there were a lot of disciples and monks who were sitting on the altar, and the disciples were sitting down, and he joins them. And the discourse goes on. He just listens to the monk, and at the end, he utters a very beautiful line, which I just would like to quote over here. To every man is given a key to the gates of heaven. The same key opens the gates of hell. This particular line he used as a backdrop of science. And the reason why he chose this one as a backdrop, the reason is that science the key which can open the gates of heaven, and the same key opens the gates of hell. But science doesn't carry any kind of instruction. The instruction has to be given by the mind. And if the mind is ethical, then it will open a horizon of possibilities, a lot of development, and the whole human world can be cherished and protected. But if the mind is unethical, the same key opens the gates of hell. So it means the science will open the gates of hell. It does mean that it will destroy. And we have noticed this one in the history of humankind, that whenever unethical practices were which took place, then we saw different incidents like the First World War, Second World War, and now the pandemic, what we have got now. Just because all the unethical practice, we can say. So let me replace science with research. So research, like science, doesn't carry any kind of instruction. or any kind of morality it carries or values it carries with it. But the mind which has to give instruction, mind has to practice research in an ethical way, mind has to be very much involved in the values of research. So if at all the researcher doesn't practice any kind of research without adhering to the ethics, this is the result what we can see. India is a top contributor of low quality research in bogus journals and a lot of predatory journals. So India contributes around 27% of the low quality research to the world research, and America 15%, Nigeria 5%, Iran 4%, and Japan 4%. But what makes this particular thing as a center of attraction is that where are we heading? Why such a kind of a situation do we find, such a pathetic condition do we find in Indian research? Why these all the things they exist in this country where it is going to tarnish the image of our country? So this is a question I think we have to think on, we have to ponder on. And one more thing, I've just noticed one particular article which published in the Indian Express on 19 July 2018, how the pay and publish business works. Many a times, I just, as we have got, as all the researchers are, as all the faculties have got a lot of pressure of CAS and API and all everything, where we have to publish articles, otherwise there's one particular saying, publish or perish. So such kind of a situation we are in. So what we do is that out of the pressure we go on writing a very low kind of a research and that we publish it in a very predatory journals by paying. Of course, UGC has come up with a lot of guidelines to curb down such kind of the things which are happening nowadays in our country. Initially, it came up with UGC approved journals, and now UGC Care listed journals. But still the problem hasn't been resolved. The reason why is just because in those days, I know the journals, they used to take a very meager amount of money and they used to publish in their journals, but now it has increased. So this shows that somewhere we are lagging behind, somewhere we are tarnishing the image of our country. So you take one more example here, 3 cases of fake PhD thesis reported, 2 involved VCs. The head of the institutions are getting involved into such kind of a racket. Then what would be the condition of all the scholars who are aspiring to be researchers? If such kind of what news they read, I think they get demotivated. And if at all you type thesis writing services in Google, I think you will get all the advertisements which appear. N number of such kind of websites are there. They are ready to help you, to assist you in writing your thesis. So this is somewhere showing that we are, of course, there is a particular community who is really working really hard. Ethically, they are working. They are doing research. That is a good. It is a very good sign. But still, on the other hand, this is also a scenario. The other face also you can see. There are n number of websites that I have snipped it and is presenting to you. See, yesterday I just typed thesis writing services in India. I typed in Google, I think 4 crore 16 lakh kind of the results I got. So somewhere it shows that we are lagging behind. We are not adhering to the ethics. That's the reason maybe the research what we do nowadays is not taking place in a right way. So that's the reason I think we have to understand why ethics are very much essential at the present scenario. So there is a explosion of researchers nowadays you find, but the problem with them is that we are not doing anything in an ethical way. So that's the reason I think it's a need of the hour, it's a demand of the hour that we have to imbibe those ethics which are very much important to do ethical research. So that's the reason I have come up with this topic rather than connecting with the humanities. Maybe it's I think if you do not have ethics, research, however the great ideas you have got, however the perspectives, the great perspectives you have got, however the great the wider your horizon of understanding, but still you lag behind this. The reason is that you are not ethical in your practice. Of course, ethics from time to time, of course, it differs from place to place, time to time. These all the things are there, but still it is very much important to know. So let me trace the roots of the word ethics. The word ethics has got its etymological root in Greek language, that is ethos. That means the science of morals. Ethics are, and what do you mean by this? Ethics are the principles and the guidelines that help us to uphold the things we value. So these are the principles and guidelines. They tell us that what is good and what is bad. And they also help us how to hold the things that we value, which can make our society prosperous, which can make our country to be prosperous. And they are the moral principles that govern person's behavior while conducting an activity. So once again, any activity, maybe it is anything, it may be an activity, it may be in research as well, where moral principles should always govern your behavior. Then only a good research or ethical research can take place. So for that, I think we should know some guidelines and principles of doing ethical research. Before it, I just would like to quote one beautiful quotation of Ayn Rand, a great philosopher. She says that ethics is a code of values which guide our choices and actions and determine the purpose and course of our lives. So ethics are the codes of values which guide our choices. They control our choices, they control our actions, and they ultimately they determine our purpose, and they determine ultimately that is nothing but our lives. So there are some ethical research guidelines and the principles. I think all the aspiring researchers or researchers who are already there doing research, or the faculty members who are already involved in doing research, I think they should know some guidelines and principle. I think I think maybe there are many people who are watching me who are preparing for NET exam as well. There's one particular topic, research ethics in research aptitude 2. So these are the guidelines which we have to follow when we are doing research. First of all, the first research guideline that we have to follow is nothing but the honesty, especially in reporting the data, results, methods, procedures, and publication status. Many a times it happens that we do not ever report the data, results, methods, procedures, and publication status as they are. We always involve subjective point of view. So that's a problematic thing. So we should be very much honest in reporting the data, results and methods, procedures, and publication status. And the second important guideline, what we have to do, we have to follow is nothing but the objectivity to avoid bias in experimental design, data analysis, interpretation, and peer review. So as much as possible, a research, the good quality of a research is to be objective in nature. He should not be that biased enough in designing, in experimental design, data analysis, and interpretation, and peer reviews. The third important thing that we have to follow is nothing but the integrity, acting with sincerity, striving for consistency of thought and action. I have noticed that there are many researchers, they just, I'm going to say the student researchers who take admission for, and they register themselves for the research and PhD, or it may be MPhil, but they are not that serious enough to do research. So they do not have a purpose that which can make them give a contribution of the research to the society. So there is no coordination between the thought and action that we can see. So they take admission for 2.5 years. They be very much silent, and at the end, when the term is about to be over, then they become hyperactive. So that should not work. I think we should be very much sincere in doing research, and we should always strive or try for the consistency of thought and action. The next principle of ethical research is nothing but carefulness, especially when we talk about scientific research, where if at all if we commit a single error also, that is going to put the whole human lives on the we can say in danger. Take the example, yesterday or day before yesterday, I read that Baba Ramdev came with we can say vaccine or medicine without any consent of the government and without much analysis of that particular thing. So he is being hooted a lot, just because such kind of careless kind of vaccines or any kind of medicines, if at all you bring, then definitely you're keeping the whole humanity in the peril. And whenever we are, we can say, doing research, proper documentation is also needed in that. And one more principle that is very important is nothing but to be open and sharing data, results, ideas, tools, resources. Uh, I don't know why people need to be very much introvert when they are doing research. They never open up. If at all I'm working in a one particular area, and this, the other person is also working the same area, they never ever they try to communicate and they share their data, results, ideas, just because they think that their data is going to be breached, and the idea will be stolen. Such kind of a mean-mindedness or narrow-mindedness that can be found over there. So that should be avoided when we are doing ethical research. And we should always be open to the criticism and the new ideas. Maybe I am doing any kind of a research in post-colonial studies or in any cultural studies, or I'm working on a one particular author, right? So if at all someone else is also working, if the person comes and discusses with you and criticizes your work, I think you should be very much open to it, and we have to listen to them. Maybe that in that criticism we find very good new ideas which can trigger our imagination. So being openness is very much important when you're doing ethical research. The next one is the respect for intellectual property rights, such as patents, copyrights, and other forms of intellectual property. Many a times it happens that in scientific research, they do not pay the fee of using the patent, and they, without acknowledging them, without giving any kind of a credit to them, they use patents, and even they gather a lot of data from others' theses or any kind of a research which has been done. So they never give credit to. So that is the reason I think we have to respect the intellectual property rights. The next one is confidentiality. I've seen in many WhatsApp groups, people share whenever they do research, especially survey, which the research which is based on the survey. They send a lot of messages to give your response to that particular survey, but people are not ready. The reason is that they're very much in a doubt that their personal records or privacy issues would occur, and they cannot be. I think researchers' main important duty is that to keep these all the things. Whenever he does a survey and gets all the information from different people, he has to keep that confidentiality with him. And if at all you breach it, then definitely in coming days, whenever other people who will be involved in such kind of a research, I think people will not come forward to give their personal records. So confidentiality plays a very important role when you're doing ethical research. Responsible publication with an aim to serve the society, avoiding wasteful and duplicative publication. I think we are a researcher, ethical researcher is very much accountable, and he is the person who has to serve the society, especially being very much responsible in publishing. He should always avoid duplicative publications. Of course, we have got in faculty we are mentoring, we mentor and we supervise students. I think we have to first of all, when the students they come to the mentors or the supervisors, I think the first thing what exactly we have to teach or to tell or instruct all the students to be very much what we should instruct them to be to adhere to the ethical research. And respect for colleagues translate into extending fair treatment to the colleagues. Maybe in a broader way, if research is taking place in a team, and we have one is the head and the others are subordinate, it becomes to we sometimes we can just see that the boss shows that bossism over there. I think that is not a right attitude that the head should deal with the subordinate. I think the subordinates also, they need a kind of respect whenever we are doing research. The next one is social responsibility, means to serve society and different stakeholders. It is not the society that we are serving. We are also serving different stakeholders who are involved, and they would get profit out of our research. And this is a very important thing, that is non-discrimination. Many of the universities I have seen, of course I don't really want to mention those universities names, where they do a lot of discrimination, especially on the basis of sex, race, especially in India, caste. So that should be avoided if at all you want to practice ethical research. The next one is ensuring legality, the whole process by obeying relevant laws, that is institutional and governmental policies. I have already mentioned Baba Ramdev has come up with Coronil. I don't know in what way this particular medicine is obeying the relevant laws which have been set by the government and the institutions. The last and the not last but the not the least, animal care has to be taken, especially when you're doing research in the field of zoology. The present situation, the COVID-19 situation, where people are working in labs when they're trying their hand over there on animal first, and later on the human the human trials will follow by it. So even we have to think that it's not just a anthropocentric world. It's nothing but the ecocentric world. I think it's this perspective. I think we have to change, and we have to think that animals too have the right. They are also the rightful inheritors of this earth. So these are all the things we have to keep in mind. These are all the guidelines, ethical guidelines, the principles we have to keep in mind. So this will definitely lead a researcher towards a better world, and make the whole society to get developed. So the next thing what I'm shipping now is nothing but the research misconduct. We do not have a single tight definition of research misconduct. Of course, we have got a lot of we can say the disputes among the intellectuals, academicians, that they say that sometimes honest error might get mixed up with misconduct. So to define misconduct is a problematic thing. So but in a way, if you loosely talk or define research misconduct, is nothing but fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism in proposing, performing, and reviewing research, on reporting research results. So there are three aspects which we have to look into. There are fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism when you're doing research. So I'll just be talking, I'm going to say passing reference, I'll just give of fabrication and falsification, but plagiarism I'll talk in detail. So fabrication, falsification, plagiarism. First, fabrication is making up results and recording on reporting them. This sometimes referred to as dry labbing, and what exactly fabrication is nothing but when you are arguing one thing and you're using the references which are indeed fake references. So that is a problem whenever which can also be turned as research misconduct. So next one is a falsification. Falsification is nothing but manipulating the research material, equipments, processes, changing or omitting it. So this somewhere it is going to, it's not going to help you in many ways. It's just because you are doing a totally unethical practice. That's the reason it's called as research misconduct. So the final thing what exactly I'm going to talk on is nothing but plagiarism. Plagiarism is the appropriation of another person's ideas, processes, results, and words without giving appropriate credit. Nowadays, in India, such kind of this is a very major issue, which the UGC has taken it very seriously. So that's the reason it has come up with new guidelines of 2018, and that we'll discuss in upcoming slides. So, what is plagiarism? What are the common forms of plagiarism? For example, copying from from a source without acknowledging it, using someone else's ideas without referring to the author, and improper paraphrasing. When you type paraphrasing tools in Google, I think you'll get lakhs together paraphrasing websites, where nowadays what the people that are doing is that they take any kind of a thesis which are already available on the digital repository, that is Shodhganga. They take it and they paraphrase it and just they presented it as their own. So that is somewhere it can be called as plagiarism. So presenting someone else's work as your own. There are the days I have noticed, when I was in PG days, the people, those who used to do research, they used to take the whole thesis and they used to just change the title and just present as their own. So this is another kind of a plagiarism. Submitting someone's work as their own, that is plagiarism. Taking passages from their own previous work without adding citations. You have already done research and you're taking those passages and adding once again to some other research, that is also called as plagiarism. Rewriting someone's works without properly citing sources. That is also a common form of plagiarism. Using quotations but not citing the source, right? Only quotations are taken, but you're not citing the source. That is also another kind of a plagiarism. Interweaving various sources together, the work without citing it. So you're collaging it. You're taking one particular paragraph from one and one more paragraph from the other, and you're collaging it and without citing them. That is also called as plagiarism. Citing some but not all passages, that should be cited. So you're citing one particular passage where it is a need that you have to cite the whole thing, but what you're doing, you're just citing only one passage. Inaccurately citing the source, relying too heavily on other people's work, fails to bring original thought into the text. So these are all the different and common forms of plagiarism that we have to be, a researcher has to be very much aware of, and they should imbibe these all the things, keep in mind that these all the things should be avoided when they are doing ethical research. So here is a cartoon, just I got it on a Google, that, oh no, I forgot to do my science fair project and it's due tomorrow. Then he says that maybe I could just reuse last year's. Good idea. I mean, who's gonna know? That's a question, which mind, a wrong mind always tells who is gonna know. So whatever you do, who is going to ask you? That's a question. So using old assignments in plagiarism, when you cheat, you are only cheating yourself. This is one of the self plagiarism. You're using last year's work and you're just presenting it to your teacher as a new topic or new work, that the assignment you have done. So this is one of the plagiarism, we can just call it as. So here one more cartoon just I saw on Google, that I am presenting it to you, that the student is bombarding at the teacher that what do you mean all my facts are wrong? I copied everything straight off the internet. So this shows that whatever we think, that whatever is there on internet is right. The word Wikipedia itself, it's nothing but editing. Every day it just gets changed. It is not the same every time. So that we have to be aware whenever you're about citing sources from different internet websites where they get updated every time. So if you just go on doing it, you just directly copy, and of course if it has got a wrong information later, as time to time information changes. So these all the things we have to keep in mind when we are doing this. So the best thing what we can do to avoid plagiarism is nothing but use online tools to check for plagiarism. Nowadays, you can subscribe to the UGC, which has recommended to all the researchers that to use Turnitin. You can a meager amount is essential nowadays. You can just pay it, and you can use you can take a student account where you can pay, I think, 2,000 to 3,000 rupees every time whenever you just write a research paper. You can put it over there and check the similarity status, right? So by that, you can just avoid plagiarism. Provide links you have referred to. Keep in mind, I think we have to keep this is very important, that we never mention the links from where we have copied one particular quotation or a passage. So we have to provide links over there. And the best thing what I can tell you is that write in your own words. That will be the best advice I can just give it to all. So the next slide that we can see here is that UGC has come up with a new guideline and a penalty on plagiarism. Now plagiarism is restricted to only 10%. If at all it goes beyond 10%, then action will be initiated. And what is there in that guideline, we'll just quickly just know it. Researchers will lose their registration and teachers their jobs if their works are found to be plagiarized. So if at all the researcher is there, if it goes beyond 40, I think the registration will be cancelled. And if the teacher, if the research goes beyond 60%, then I think the teacher has to lose his job. And there is a graded punishment has been prescribed based on the severity of offenses. For students, if the plagiarism is found to be 10 to 14%, then the researcher has to resubmit the revised thesis or revise the thesis. So 10 to 40, at maximum, it is only 10% is allowed. From 10 to 40%, this if at all they find 10 to 40% of the research work what the student has done, I think he has to once again revise the thesis. And if it goes beyond 40 to 60, then the students will be deprived of one particular 1 year, and if it goes beyond 60, then registration will be cancelled. A teacher 10 to 14% plagiarism, teacher will have to withdraw the manuscript, and he will be penalized with the 2 years of banishment, not supervising the master's, PhD, and MPhil students. And if it goes beyond 40 to 60% of plagiarism, then annual increment will be held up. If it's above 60%, the teacher will be suspended and dismissed. So we have to be aware of these all the things. That's the reason. But once again, it is digging up the whole 10 years of the theses. UGC recently ordered this particular news I just saw on in one particular we can say newspaper, that is Times of India. It just mentions that professors from team of UGC to review PhD thesis of 10 years. So once again, it is digging up everything and want to know what all the problems the old theses, the research till now has taken place. So Turnitin is the best software which recently the UGC has recommended. And what is Turnitin? Turnitin is a software that is meant to prevent menace of plagiarism and ensure originality in the content. The official website of Turnitin says that software is a tool that helps educators make informed evaluations. So Turnitin is the best software, I don't know, as compared to all other. That's the reason UGC has come up with a new idea just to introduce Turnitin in all universities where research is taking place. Turnitin software checks papers against 20 billion web pages and 220 million students' papers and 90,000 publications. How reliable is Turnitin? But one thing I would like to tell everyone is that Turnitin doesn't detect plagiarism. Turnitin detects only the similarity. How much the similarity the original work has got with so I'm going to say, whenever you just put it over there in the Turnitin website, and it will show you the similarity from by browsing all I'm going to say the websites which are available, which are there in the net, in the web of net. So it doesn't detect the plagiarism, but it tells you how much similarity your original work has got. This particular app, I'm going to say the website also, or this particular app has also got a problem. The reason is that all that is similar index cannot be called as a plagiarism index. And there's an automated good or bad score that cannot be got. Only the percentage of similarity is shown over there when we just put it over there in Turnitin software. The company says that 0% doesn't necessarily mean that everything is okay. It doesn't mean that if at all you get only 0% of similarity, that doesn't mean that the student the research is okay. It doesn't mean that. If on the other hand 75% of the we can say the similarity, if at all you find with your original work, it doesn't also mean that the whole thing is plagiarized. So these are all the unresolvable issues that we can find in such kind of we can say plagiarism detecting we can say softwares. So very interesting fact that I can just quote over here is that in September 2017, Jakarta State University was hit by a doctoral degree scam. The rector of the university promoted more candidates than the stipulated limit over a period of 5 years. From 2012 to 2016, he just went on promoting the candidates who were working under him. And it was later found that 74% of the dissertation has similarity with other writings that was detected by Turnitin software. As compared to all other softwares, I feel that somewhere Turnitin has got capacity to detect more similarity, we can say. The very interesting fact I'm putting forth before you all, that is US President Donald Trump's wife, Melania Trump, found herself in an online plagiarism row when her speech at the Republican National Convention 2016 sounded similar to speech by Michelle Obama in 2008. So even the politicians are not away from such kind of plagiarism. They copy their speeches from others' speeches. You take one more example. Trump's speeches contain both examples of cloning, copying passages word for word, find and replace plagiarism, copying a passage but changing a few keywords. These are all the things even you can find in great politicians. The other softwares where we can check our plagiarism are Grammarly and Urkund. It's a very interesting thing I would like to bring to your kind notice, that Grammarly is a very good software where you can automatically detect grammar, spelling, punctuation, even of course this in English department it may not be that relevant enough, but some other disciplines they can use the Grammarly to correct the thesis, especially the spelling, punctuations, and choices. And it doesn't do this particular function only. It doesn't have this function only. It also can detect plagiarism or similarity in the original text. Copy and paste any English text in Grammarly editor and install Grammarly's free browser extension for Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Edge. Grammarly will help you write correctly on nearly every site on the web. So very meager amount of money, I think 3,000 to 4,000 rupees they charge, especially whenever you want to get your all, especially the grammatical language aspects to be corrected. Grammarly will definitely help you out in that way. So Grammarly algorithms flag potential issues in the text and suggest context-specific corrections for grammar, spellings, wordiness, style, punctuation, and even plagiarism. Grammarly explains the reasoning behind each correction, so you can make an informed decisions about whether and how to correct an issue. So Grammarly straight away doesn't correct your I'm going to say the original work as like spellings and punctuation, and it will just suggest you. So on the right hand you can find that whenever you're about correcting your the paper, research paper, or it may be a thesis, it just suggests you many things. So that will definitely help you out in preparing your thesis. So one more software that is very much helpful in detecting plagiarism is nothing but Urkund. I think it was previously used. Now UGC has come up with some other software that is Turnitin, but this is also not bad one. Urkund matches submitted text against material from 3 sources areas like internet, previous submitted student texts, publishers, content, and Urkund has formed strategic partnership with a number of leading information providers. So on 3 areas, it just works on the internet and previously submitted student text and the publishers content. So this also is not a bad idea when you want to check your plagiarism. So there are some institutions which are very much involved in promoting research integrity, like Society for Scientific Values, which has got some very much important objectives to promote objectivity, integrity, ethical values in pursuit of science, scientific research, and education and management. And one more academy which is very much involved in promoting research ethics and research integrity is nothing but Inter-Academy Panel on Ethics in Science. This panel is constituted jointly by 3 science academies, namely as Indian National Science Academy, INSA, and Indian Academy of Sciences, IASE, SC, and National Academy of Science, India. So these are all the institutions which are there. They are responsible, and they're trying to promote integrity and ethics and ethical practices and research. So with this, I just would like to end my talk on research ethics. I would like to request all the viewers over here, academicians and the students, researchers, aspiring researchers, would like to just instruct them and suggest them that just to be very much ethical in your research. If at all you're I'm going to say copying or doing, you're taking quotations from different kind of sources, but where you have to be very much careful in citing their citing and giving credit to them. With this, I just would like to end my talk over here. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on research ethics and misconduct. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mohan Rao, sir. Thank you for giving a very eye-opening lecture on misconducts in research activity.
Voice is not audible, sir. Your voice is not audible.
Hello, thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Voice is not audible. I am not getting.
They are mute. Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir? Chogule, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Mane, sir, am I audible?
Hello. Your voice is not audible. If you are, I am audible, speak, shall I? Your voice is not audible.
Hello.
Hello.
Kambale sir, you are audible. You are very much audible. Continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mohan Rao, sir. You have given an eye-opening lecture on misconducts of research activity. And I request Professor Dr. Ramesh Chaugule, sir, to express his views on your lecture.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, proceed, sir.
Hello.
Mohan Rao, sir, please
Your
off
voice
your
audible
screen.
to me.
Okay, sir.
There is some problem regarding the voice.
Yes, continue, Chaugule, sir.
Sir,
Dr. Chaugule, sir, continue, please.
hello.
Dr. Mohan Rao, sir, please off your screen.
Hello. Everyone. Hello.
So is it
Continue,
okay now,
Chaugule, sir? You are audible. Continue.
You are not. See how the research is playing the most important role nowadays. Everyone is involved in research, and that is why this and indeed, see, these two things are becoming most important. They are gaining greater significance. And what constitutes research? See, the number of things are given by the Dr. Srikant Mohan Rao, that honesty, objectivity, or what is to say that carefulness, openness, responsibility, and other publication ethics, legality, and other things are most important in research ethics. We have to set rigorous procedures for ensuring proper ethical research, and research should be carried out subject to the ethical procedures. See, certain ethics are most important. Most of the people are involved intentionally, consciously, or unintentionally in plagiarism, in manipulation, in other things, but we have to avoid such type of things by prescribing. Someone has stopped my video.
Dr. Chaugule, sir, you are fully audible. Continue, sir, please.
Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Continue, sir, please. Continue. And you are visible, sir. You are visible. Continue, please, sir.
Am I audible to you or not?
Audible and visible also. Continue, sir. Please continue, sir. You are audible. You are audible, sir. Chaugule, sir. Continue. You are audible, sir. You are audible, sir.
Something is
You are
wrong.
audible. Continue, sir.
Hello. Hello.
You are audible, sir. Please continue.
Hello.
Chaugule sir. You are audible.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Please switch off your video, sir.
Hello.
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 Chaugule, sir. Please switch off your video.
सर आवाज तुम्ही तर बंद See, research plays the most important role now because everyone is involved in the research. What do you mean by research? To disseminate knowledge and is the aim of research. And we are the students are involved in the research. We should be aware of the various procedures governed by activities and then intentionally we are committing mistakes by borrowing, by just involving in manipulation, fabrication, and in so on and so forth. And that is why certain rigorous procedures for ensuring proper ethical review should be developed. Research should be carried out subject to the ethical procedures. See that in order to ensure highest professional standards in designing, conducting, and disseminating research and knowledge, we should follow certain ethics. See, research is conducted honestly. Research ethics are nothing but just moral principles that govern our research activities, and that is why proper use of knowledge and unethical way to research leads to the this proper use of knowledge leads to the construction of society, whereas unethical way to the research leads to the destruction of society. That is why malpractice in research is now growing rapidly. People are the various research. We are not for the sake of being research and so on. And that is why sake of and research, not for the sake of degree, is not essential. Dr. Simondra, the very ethical principle, research activities and
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Chaugule, sir. Thanks for your comments on lecture of Mohan Rao, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible to all? Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Now it's time to come to the valedictory session, and valedictory address will be delivered by Om Juneja, sir. I invite Professor Dr. Juneja to deliver his lecture, and Professor Dope will introduce Om Juneja, sir. I request Professor Dope to introduce Om Juneja, sir. In short.
Good afternoon, one and all. Since morning, we are enjoying intellectual fest. The speaker of the last valedictory section is Dr. Om Junaid.
There were a lot of disciples and the monks who were sitting on the altar, and the disciples were sitting down, and he joins them. And the discourse goes on. He just listens to the monk, and at the end, he utters a very beautiful line, which I just would like to quote over here. To every man is given a key to the gates of heaven. The same key opens the gates of hell. This particular line he used as a
Good morning, one and all. Since morning, we are enjoying intellectual fest. The speaker of the last valedictory section is Dr. Om Juneja. Dr. Om Juneja had been former professor, Department of English, Maharaja Sayajirao University of
I can't.
Sir, continue, sir.
Huh.
You are audible, sir. Please continue, sir.
Can I continue?
Continue, sir. Yes. You may continue, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just tell me how much time do you have for me?
20 minutes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. First of all, I must congratulate the organizers for taking up a venture, I would call it, which of course is imposed by certain agencies on you to go virtual, because that is going to be tomorrow's world. Anyway, I have realized it, with the result that for the last 2 months, I am teaching a yoga class virtually, only pranayam for COVID, for saving from COVID. And surprisingly, somebody from USA got in touch with me and she said, can I join? Real surprise. Another person joined from New Zealand. So this is a reality of today's life. So I must congratulate you for organizing this, and everybody has to get used to it. Number 2, yes, topic is very relevant, but I am surprised in a way, because my granddaughter, when she was a student of 4th grade, studying in California, I was there with her. One day she comes to me and she says, Granddad, will you please look at my project? I said, project? What is that? She showed me the project. She was writing a project. And then I said, what is the methodology that you adopt? She explained to me so beautifully, I tell you, that my own MPhil students would not do it so nicely. What I am emphasizing is that when research methodology is taught in schools, in government schools, in USA at that age, this becomes part and parcel of their lifestyle. Now, here we have put research as a kind of activity which is not part of our life at all. As if it is something reserved for some people. I'll give you example from my own life, my own research. I'll talk about it and how I got into this. Well, I came to Baroda University in the year 1973. Before that, I had worked for about 7-8 years. I'm 80 anyway. Don't be surprised, I am 80. Okay. So, when I came to Baroda University, I found that there were just 2 professors who could guide research in English department. So I went after them. I said, I have to do research. They would not simply listen to you. They would not come near you. The reason was because they thought research could be done only in English literature in a foreign university. Because the original sources for doing research are available even in those places. That was there. And those days, American Research Study Center, which is no more there, was very popular place where people will go and get material. There were as many as 5 of my colleagues who had made similar attempt to get registered. And none of them got registered. Finally, when I insisted so much, so my research guide, who was also the dean, also the head of the department, holding 3 positions in the same university. So he said, okay, Juneja, can you give me something in writing? And by that time, I had written a research paper. So I gave him, he read it, he said, okay, you can be admitted. And the reason was because he did not have to work on research methodology. He didn't have to work because I had learned that methodology from other sources on my own. So he admitted me and my colleagues, who later on, I practically spoiled relations with them because they thought that I had usurped a professor. And this professor was trained in Manchester. He was trained there in England. And the other professor also had been trained in USA. So everybody had, that kind of degree, and they believe that research can be done only in a foreign university for simple reason because they have all the resources, they have training, they have everything. Anyway, this was 1974 I'm talking about. I went to him. He says, well, what do you want to research? I said, you give me the topic, you suggest me, because by that time I had done some work on, Henry David Thoreau's pond, Walden. So I gave him the paper, I said, this is what I have done. And what I had found there was, what I had said was that it has got a mathematical design. And that mathematical design with number 9 is there. So it was my idea. I found it, and he said, yes, you have an idea. Okay, admit. So he admitted, he signed me, and then he said, go and work on post-colonial literature. I hadn't heard a word of that. I'm talking 1973, 74. I hadn't heard a word about that. I said, okay. He said, but I asked him, I said, where will I get material? So he says, no, go to the library, Hansamata library. We have R.K. Narayan, we have this, we have that, and we have, that beautiful novel from, to serve with love, South African, etc., etc. The result was that for 1 year, he made me go from one place to another place, from one library to another library, just to find out whether I really fit into that topic or not. And finally, I said, yes, this is what I have found. So he says, okay, whatever you have read, now you see, you go ahead and start working. Now, started working, and what did I find? I found Chinua Achebe from Nigeria, Wole Soyinka from Nigeria, then couple of other African writers, some Indian writers like R.K. Narayan, Rajarao, etc., Mulk Rajanand, and then also some writers from the Caribbean. And I said, this is what I have found. He said, what are you going to work for? I said, I'll try to look at what is known as colonial consciousness. That is how they look at colonialism. Now, he said, okay, go ahead. No guidance, practically. I was on my own. He had not read that literature, those novels that I had read, but he was very receptive. Once I read a novel, I'll come to him, I'll discuss with him. He'll be very happy. Okay, that's how I did my research. After completing the research, my life changed completely. In what way? Because it was an absolutely new topic. What I was trying to find was comparative, point of view in all these situations. How colonialism went there, what was the response of colonialism to in these, countries, in these colonies, and how did these people respond? I called it roughly colonial consciousness, and evolved a kind of some kind of criteria to judge it. Okay. And then I started going to ASRC, American Research Study Center, and there I found that black Americans were coming up and they were very interesting. So I found parallels with black American situation. I'm talking of 1970s. And the result was that I included black America also in my research. That is, all these people are colonized, black Americans are also colonized. It went on, and the first important invitation came to me when I went to Canada on a, this Commonwealth Fellowship to do my own work. And when I went there, and the Department of English at Concordia University in Montreal, I'm talking about the year 1981-82. So the head calls me and he says, "Hey, you are from the Commonwealth. Have you worked in Commonwealth?" I said, "Yes, this is my PhD." Okay. I can give you to teach black Commonwealth, because we have a paper in black Commonwealth. The other paper is called white Commonwealth. You can understand black and white. Australia and Australia and Canada goes in white. The rest of the world is black. I said, okay. I did not like the idea of being colony, but I could not change the topic also. So he called me to give a lecture to students and all that. Anyway, I got an assignment, my first assignment, when actually I had gone to do some postdoctoral work. So I accepted the assignment, I completed it there. The result was, the turning point came when these people, some of the authors started getting a Nobel Prize. For example, Wole Soyinka got Nobel Prize, Alice Walker got another prize, major, and then, V.S. Naipaul. That time there were no people who knew anything about them, so I started getting invitations. The result was that I went to about 20-25 countries to talk on these authors with reference to my research. Point that I am trying to make is that if you decide that you have to do research, then take it as a profession. Take it as a lifetime search, not a degree. Well, there are two ways of doing it, because later on when students came to me, I guided something like 10 PhDs and about maybe another 10 or 15 MPhils. Okay. So when they came to me, I said I would first ask them two questions. Now, research methodology, I'm saying, don't insist on research methodology, insist on their writing skill. Because they are researching in English, ask them to write something in the form of a research paper. So automatically they learn the research methodology. They have to learn it on their own, because this is not difficult. Research methodology, see, I don't understand why people or UGC or all these people have made it a big issue that, you teach research methodology to students at MPhil or PhD. Makes absolutely no sense, because research means the person has to do his own research and he has to find a method, and the method is there in MLS style sheet. Where is the big thing about it? You just follow the MLS style sheet. If you know the writing skill, all that you have to do is you have to turn whatever you have written in the form of a research paper, and that's it. So I'm not saying that you should not have this kind of workshops or this kind of this, particularly because they are very important, because today what I found, and I have been practically listening to all of you, because as soon as Jadip told me that I have to do, I said then I will take it seriously, because that's how I am built. If I take something, then I take it seriously. So Jadip Chakravarti made a very, very salient point about, that in India you do text-based research. You also talked about cultural studies. Well, I have seen this whole battle of cultural studies getting into English departments. Not only here, because as I told you, I started teaching in Canada. There I have taught 3 times, visited about 25 countries. I have been invited to many universities, including USA. Okay, I have seen this battle going on at University of California, Berkeley. One day when I went there, I found that the 2 departments were different. One, some people sitting in this building, the other sitting in another building. We have nothing to do with cultural studies. The English department means English department which follows the canon. And that is canonization. Canon, I mean, you are all familiar. So those people who follow the canon, they are English department. If you are teaching ELT, you have another room, another department. Okay, ELT and English literature department had been divided for much before that. It happened in 80s. But in 90s, what I saw was, I saw this division between cultural studies and this. And my own colleague, P.C. Carr, if you know him very well, he tried his best to introduce cultural studies in my department. And I was his opponent. Simple reason, are we studying culture or we are studying literature? Because we are basically students of language. Literature is nothing but sophisticated language. How language is used to describe something, to tell a story. How, and then later things are later, narratology, etc., etc. These are all later things. Basic thing is you are concerned with language, how it is used, particularly language in India, how it is used, how these authors use this language. Anyway, so cultural study is easy, maybe like ELT. You take up a little project and go. So that was a very good point that he made, that in India, perhaps the only thing is text-based research, because you have a text, you can research on that. And then of course he was also talking about comparative literature. As you can see, my entire work was in comparative literature and post-colonial theory and all that. Now, Samadhan Mane made a very interesting point when he said that research is buried in library. Nobody reads it. That's a hard fact. Our academic books are not read. Somebody made a very interesting observation that how many people really read an academic book. And the frequency is something like 2 years in a major library. Somebody comes in 2 years to see a book. Hunting. Research is that kind of thing. But this does not worry you. Should not worry you. Why? Because research is a tool that you have adopted to be a researcher all your life. It is just a means. That degree that you got is a means to explore further into whatever interests you. If you cannot be a researcher, and if you just want a degree, then anything is okay, as it is happening. You see, there was this very interesting presentation by Srinath Mohan Rao on plagiarism and other kinds of ethics, which has become so very common in India. I'll just tell you one small story. There was a wonderful project that was sent to me for evaluation for somebody to go to Canada. I liked the project so much, I sealed it at night, and I was going to dispatch it tomorrow. Number one, out of 100 projects, I selected that number one. When I was sleeping at night, it just came to me. I said, this language, it just came to my mind that this language doesn't seem to be this person's language. And this person was a vice chancellor. Okay? In the morning, early morning, before actually I was to send, actually I could not sleep. Opened it right there. Went to my Google, went to my research and found, yes, the project is there. Somebody else, somewhere else, I don't want to name the person, but this is what is happening. And I know of another friend of mine, not friend actually, another vice chancellor of South Gujarat University who just lost his job. Now, what kind of research are we doing? The reason for this is because basically we don't have the inquisitiveness, the basic quality of research. As a researcher, you have to find out something new. So what we find is that there was a paper presented by someone and I couldn't understand a single word for simple reason because it was nothing but jargon. Which means that the person has not applied any mind. What are you saying? Obviously, you are lost in jungle of words. A researcher first prepares himself. What exactly, as somebody said, unfortunately I didn't know that there is thesis, there is antithesis, and there is synthesis. So before you start your research, you have to have a thesis, some idea, and that is when it takes the maximum time of your life. Actually, introduction or the first chapter, introduction is the most difficult chapter, which you come again and again, change. Why? Because you don't know what exactly you are going to find out when you have read 2 authors, 3 authors, 10 authors like me. For example, I worked on 12 authors and consulted about 350 novels read. Now, the result is, what I am telling the young people is, the result is that a man like me, who comes from very poor background, I was a refugee in this country, partition child. From there I started. I studied. You can study. You can see my study, early childhood. Those schools, studied all through Hindi medium. But because you had that inquisitiveness, yes, I have to find something. So you find your own topic, you work on it, and if you just want a degree, because these days it has become absolutely necessary. Earlier, as I told you, when I came to Baroda University, there were six of my colleagues. They could not be admitted because degree was not necessary. That PhD was not necessary to become a professor, not to speak of other subjects. So you could become a professor even without a PhD. Anyway, so the question is that now it has become very, very important for this, and therefore there are 2 kinds of degrees. Degree for the sake of degree, okay, you take it because it's a necessary thing and then forget about it. The other degree is you come to the profession of teaching because you love it and because you want to devote your whole life in reading and writing. What is our profession? Nothing else but reading and writing. All our life, what do? We read a book, get excited about it, then react or respond to the book, and or put something in our own mind. This is our life. And if you live like this, then you don't retire. I can tell you, you don't retire, because even now, even if there is something new in post-colonial literature study, I would be knowing, what exactly it is, because now, of course, Google and other these These tools are there, and these tools inform you, okay, there is this book, there is that book, and I try to read. Not because I'm going to talk to give a lecture or anything, but just because it has become me. It is part of me. So I hope I have taken a lot of your time. Thank you very, very much for organizing this, and God bless you. Continue it. Whenever you want me, well, I am there. Okay? Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Junior sir. All our team is very much thankful to you. And now it's time to sum up the whole day's work, that is this e-conference. At first, I would like to mention the blessings which we got, and this e-conference became successful with 1,000 and more than 1,000 participants are here. I say that this could become possible due to their blessings, the blessings of the participants, and we have the blessings of the president of our institution, that is Honorable Sudhakar Pant Paricharak, our chief patron, Honorable Prashantji Paricharak Sahib, member of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, our patron, Honorable Rajgopalji Bhattar Sahib, secretary of our institution, Honorable Dr. D.S. Paricharak, principal of our Uma Mahavidyalaya Pandharpur, Honorable, my special thanks goes to Honorable Dr. Sudhirji Nikam sir, and all the dignitaries and their blessings. It made me possible to organize this e-conference. Otherwise, it would have not been possible for me to organize such a great, successful e-conference. I once more express my thankfulness to all these dignitaries, and I must quote here one line that some are born great and some achieve greatness through their deeds, and we got support of these two types of great people here. So it became a grand success, today's one-day e-conference. My special thanks goes to Dr. Nikam sir once more, who at first spoke on research methodology, and he stressed that it must be made, research methodology must be made a compulsory subject at the degree level, with a training to the students, as Nikam sir began in the morning. Dr. Chakravarti added that research paper must not be journalistic and eulogizing. Dr. Alka Singh, she showed many insights of researchers in humanities. Dr. Mohan Rao showed many misconducts in research like plagiarism. And Dr. Juneja sir, he once more stressed and closed this e-conference by stressing the importance of writing correctly, which had been begun by Dr. Nikam sir. Dr. Juneja sir, he stressed writing correctly, being a researcher truly and not a thesis writer only. Our chairpersons, Dr. Anish John, Dr. Samadhan Mane, Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir, expressed their spontaneous views and appreciated the greatness of the great. This e-conference has proved, I say, Francis Bacon's statement true, that is, knowledge itself is power. And with this concluding remark, it's now time, it's proper time to express the vote of thanks for all those dignitaries who supported and blessed us to complete or to organize this one-day e-conference, national e-conference. I request Professor Dr. Bard, the ICAP coordinator of our college, to express the vote of thanks. Over to Dr. Bard, sir. Please, Bard, sir, please.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Professor Sudhirji Nikam, sir, the distinguished resource persons, Dr. Jaideep Chakravarti, Dr. Alka Singh, Srikant Mohan Rao, Dr. Om Juneja, respected Chairperson Principal Dr. N.B. Pawar, sir, Professor Dr. Ramesh Saugule, Professor Dr. Mrs. Annie John, Madam, Professor Dr. Samadhan Mane, our Honorable Prince Kamble, sir, Professor Avinash Deshpande, Professor K.T. Rope, my teaching and non-teaching staff, and dear participants. I am here to place on record my deep gratitude to all the distinguished resource persons, the chairpersons, for giving a enlightening speech of the research and its various aspects. Research plays a very important role. The study of research methods gives training to apply them to a problem. The study of research methodology often provides us the necessary training in choosing methods and scientific tools. As we all are fully aware of the fact that NAAC has given emphasis on research activities, researchers, I am profoundly grateful to our Honorable President Sri Sudhakar Panchi Paricharak for his blessings. I express my deep gratitude on Honorable Prashantji Paricharak, MLC Solapur, our Honorable Secretary Bhattarji, and other trustees. I am deeply thankful to our dear Principal Dr. B.S. Paricharak of English, Professor B.A. Kamble, deserves full compliments for his initiative and consistent efforts for this conference. Thanks are also due to the Professor Avinash Deshpande, Professor Rope KT, and Sri Lokre SK for their tireless effort, wishers, present and past students, and all the participants in making this conference a grand success. And to conclude, it is last but not least, I salute to Professor Dr. Sudhirji Nikam, sir. He is the real architect in making this conference a grand success. I thank for Gopal Dharashiv. I thank one and all. Jai Hind. Thanks.
Thank you, Bhatt sir. My special thanks are to Professor Bise sir, who is from Sweri College, Pandharpur, who showed his presence here as a IT coordinator and helped us too much. My other thanks go to Sri S.D. Parke, Sri S.R. Dunake, Sri R.B. Kate, Sri S.K. Lokre, Gorakh Khatar, who are from our administrative staff and who supported us, and also Lokhande also, Tukaram Lokhande. I'm thankful to Tukaram Lokhande too. And it is my suggestion to the participants that you will get feedback form today only, and after completing the feedback form, you will get e-certificates within 15 days. So I request all the participants to be patient more about more than 15 days. So if there are some mistakes committed by us, we beg your pardon. Once more, I express my thanks to all the dignitaries who helped to organize and get this national conference to be completed today. Once more, thanks to all. Okay, good day to all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pranam.
Pranam, sir. And with the permission of the chairperson, I declare this conference to be ended.